This is Feeling Blessed in the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. Chapter 1. Maggie stood at the fence and watched her granddaughter ride with her great-granddaughter in front of her in the saddle. The newest member of the family was a quarter horse named Tango. Baby May was already a natural, holding the reins in her chubby hands without showing an ounce of fear. May, named after hers truly, had as much wild spirit in her as the powerful horse with the shiny black mane. Olivia had picked her up that morning, and she would be May's once she grew old enough. The baby was already in love. If only John could see. It was her husband who'd brought horses into their lives, because John had been a sucker when it came to his daughters. Georgie asked for one, and poof, a horse appeared. The free horse had turned out to be anything but. Between the feed, vet bills, a trailer, and all the competitions those girls entered, they could have bought a herd of prime quarter horses. They drove halfway across the country, bringing the girls to horse shows, dragging that trailer all over the Midwest. The circuit was small enough that by the end, they seemed to know everyone who owned a horse. Maggie looked wistfully at her great-granddaughter and wished she could recapture some of that pure joy of life. Lately, life seemed more like something to plod through, reduced to the basic routines to get through each day. She missed the free spirit she'd had when her husband was still alive. She loved her family, but she felt stifled by them as well. Since her stroke, her children treated her no differently than they did May. Georgie called her every morning, but not just to chat, like she used to. "Did you take your medicine, Mama?" "Have you been drinking enough water?" Annie asked every time she swung through. "Are you eating your vegetables?" Rosie prodded her when she showed up to the farm for lessons. If they started asking about her poop, she planned on running away. Not that she didn't appreciate life. She recognized her blessings. She had an amazing family and community. It was wonderful to have all her loved ones living so close. Olivia and Jessie had recently built her a master suite that topped any five-star hotel. But recently, she had been missing John more and more. Or maybe she was missing the life they had shared, a life that felt as if it meant something. A life that she'd really lived instead of just biding her time. Her faith kept her going, knowing her time with John was not over. But it also made her question, what did she want to accomplish before she left this life? What did she need to do in order to fulfill her reason for being here? How could she ensure that her girls would be okay without her? Lately, her family seemed to need her more than ever, whether they realized it or not. Just like now. Olivia hadn't been herself lately, and this out-of-the-blue purchase of a new horse only raised more red flags. "What's going on?" Maggie asked her granddaughter. "Why the worry in your eyes?" Olivia let out a long breath. "Jessie wants to start trying again, and I'm just not ready," Olivia said, passing May into Maggie's arms so she could dismount. "It's hard enough with one." Maggie understood. A toddler was a lot of work, and Olivia had been working full-time too. Of course, it was hard. So many people want them close together because they want them to be friends, and that's nice, but your mama and aunts prove the age difference doesn't really matter. "But I'll be a geriatric pregnancy soon." Olivia rubbed the horse's neck. "Geriatrics already?" Maggie said dryly. "Oh, May, look who's here!" Olivia waved at a large black SUV that was just pulling into the driveway. Maggie didn't recognize the vehicle. "Is that the Johnson family?" She shielded her eyes. "Yes, Tanner and Kennedy. They go to our church. Their mom just had a baby, and I offered to give them riding lessons." Maggie bounced May on her hip, remembering hearing about the new family who'd moved up from Texas. Olivia and the mother seemed to be quite friendly. Tanner and Kennedy jumped out of the SUV as an older and very handsome man climbed out of the passenger's seat, wearing cowboy boots and a Stetson. His salt and pepper beard was trimmed neatly, and he reminded her of a mature Sean Connery or James Brolin. Olivia greeted the children while Maggie smiled at the handsome stranger. "Liv," Sadie greeted Olivia as she came around the side of the vehicle. "Thank you so much for inviting the twins. I hope you don't mind, but I brought my dad. He wanted to watch them ride." "Good afternoon. I'm Brooks." He removed his hat and reached for Olivia's hand. "Thank you for letting me visit your farm. I heard you have a beautiful new horse." "Of course. I'm glad you could come." Olivia turned to Maggie and scooped the baby back into her arms. "Brooks, this is my grandmother, Maggie Boudreau, and my daughter, May." He smiled and said, "So, you're the famous Maggie." His large, rough hands encased hers. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My daughter speaks highly of you." "Really?" She felt heat rise in her cheeks. Famous? What in the world could Sadie have been telling him? The handsome cowboy flashed a grin and released her hand. "This is a beautiful farm." "Well, come and meet our new horse," Olivia said. Sadie and the kids ran off toward the pen. "Do you ride?" Maggie asked, curious whether he was just dressing the part or if she had an actual cowboy in her presence. He nodded, then said, "Are you sure you aren't Olivia's mother?" Maggie laughed at the compliment and couldn't help noticing that there was no ring on his finger. "Well, thanks for having me." She gestured to the bench Rosie had put out years ago for parents to sit on while they watched their children take riding lessons. But instead of sitting, he smiled and stayed where he was, next to her. "Is this your family's farm?" he asked. "Yes, I lived here with my late husband." He nodded. "What do you grow?" "Soy and corn, mostly." She looked out at the pastures. "My son-in-law farms it now." "I heard they were in ranching?" She nodded, understanding the confusion. "Yes, that too." "Hope you don't find it rude to sit." "No, please do." She almost took her leave, but something made her stay. He ambled to the bench, eased himself down, and let out a groan. "Would you like to join me?" he asked. "I don't mind if I do." She suddenly felt foolish, but energized at the same time. "I haven't hung out with 7-year-old twins in a long time." He stretched out his legs. "I'm exhausted." She laughed. "You hang out with a lot of twins?" "Have my own set," he said. 2 boys, Sadie's younger brothers, but they're even worse, in their 20s. "That's funny." He rested his arms against the back of the wooden bench. "How much land do you have?" She looked out at the pastures. "About 50 acres. Sure is a lovely spot." "So, you must be from Texas as well." She loved the sound of his southern drawl. "Grandpa!" Tanner yelled out. "Are you watching?" "Yes, sir." Brooks gave him a nod, then watched as his grandson rode Tango around the ring. "That sure is a pretty horse. I have always been a sucker for quarter horses." "Do you have your own?" "Sure do." He whistled at Tanner. "Looking good out there." She had so many questions, but she'd wait to see what he'd tell her without being too nosy. "I've never been to Texas," she said, a little dreamily. She had always wanted to go. She loved to travel. She and John had gone on many road trips with the girls. "I have a ranch down near Sweetheart." "How long are you here visiting?" she asked. He shrugged, looking out at the ring. "I thought I'd be escaping the Texas summer heat up here and help with the new baby for the summer, but man, it's just as hot and humid." "Your daughter is lovely." "Yes, she sure is," he agreed. "She loves it up here, too." "Is your wife with you?" Maggie felt her cheeks growing hot. She was downright flirting with this man. She wondered if she was being too obvious, like a teenage girl with a crush. Yet something inside of her didn't care. She was having a bit of fun with a man who also seemed to be enjoying her company. It had been so long that she had almost forgotten the feeling. His lips quirked. "No, I'm not married." "Look, Grandpa!" Tanner yelled again. "I'm watching," he called back, focusing his attention on his grandson. "Prairie Valley sure is a pretty town, on a pretty river. Never thought Minnesota could be such a beautiful spot." His attention was stolen by a car door slamming in the driveway. "Phil!" She had completely forgotten the time. "I'm so sorry. I started talking and lost track of time." Phil crossed the drive, leaned over and kissed her cheek. Always a gentleman, he passed her a bouquet of flowers. "We're in no rush." He looked up at Brooks. She hadn't noticed how short Phil was before, which almost made her smile, but luckily she held it back. She didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. "Phil, this is Brooks." Brooks Warner. He reached out his hand. "I'm those kids' granddaddy." She couldn't explain why she felt nervous around the two men, but she did. Phil was her good friend, someone she enjoyed spending time with, though she knew he wanted more from the relationship. She felt inconsiderate for flirting with this Texan cowboy. "How do you do?" Phil said formally. "It was nice meeting you, Brooks. Enjoy watching the grandkids." She'd had a little fun, that was all. She turned toward the house and called out to Phil, "I'll go grab my stuff and we can get going." "It's good to see you," he said as she got into the car. "Good to see you too." She looked out at the pasture. Brooks wasn't watching the kids, but looking straight at her. She looked away, but not before smiling back at him as they pulled out of the driveway. Brooks rented a cabin that sat on the northern tip of Silver Lake. It was quiet, since no motorboats or motorized toys were allowed. It was as if he had the whole lake to himself. The 5,000-square-foot luxury home came with a gourmet kitchen and could hardly be considered rustic, or even a cabin for that matter. But that's what his assistant called it, and he hadn't argued. The place was the perfect refuge from his daughter's chaotic household. He loved his darling Sadie. She was a good mother, a wonderful wife, and he genuinely liked his son-in-law, Matt. But now, with the baby and the twins wanting his undivided attention, he was exhausted. He preferred quiet, and his grandkids were always talking. He loved them, and if he had to rent a cabin in the woods to collect himself for another day to spend with them, then that's what he would do. Today, he was taking the twins fishing and getting them out of their mother's hair. The newborn had taken all of Sadie's energy. He knew the score there. Jason and Bobby were going to be the death of him, not to mention his other two sons. 4 boys and 1 precious baby girl made for a full house. No wonder he'd spent half his time out riding. Kate had always hated being a rancher's wife. He was surprised she'd stuck around until the twins' first birthday. Not too many fathers got full custody, but there he was, with 5 children on the ranch, and Kate living in Houston among her charities and high society life. Funny how even to this day he still loved her. His thoughts strayed to Maggie Boudreau. Boyfriend or not, he had a feeling about the beautiful woman in the long flowing dress and shiny braided hair. So many women her age cut their hair short or dyed it a color that never seemed right. Kate tried desperately to hide her age, but Maggie embraced her silver, and she looked stunning. He smiled, thinking he would be sure to take the kids to their riding lessons from now on. That man, Phil, didn't seem Maggie's type. Not that he even knew the woman, but he somehow didn't expect her to settle for just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. "Hi, Grandpa," Tanner called out. His family had arrived. "Hello, son." He smiled as he headed out to the SUV. Sadie got out slowly, looking like she hadn't slept in months. He could hear the baby screaming in the background. "I was thinking the twins could spend the night." He hadn't really been thinking that. In fact, he kicked himself the moment the offer left his lips, but it was worth it when Sadie hugged him tight. "Thank you so much, Daddy." "You're welcome." He could hear the tears. His independent daughter was overwhelmed, and he was glad to be there for her. "Anytime, baby girl." "They have lessons tomorrow morning." She sniffled. "Can you take them?" He nodded, smiling. "Sure thing." Maggie found herself losing track of what Phil was saying from across the restaurant table. They had just finished strolling around the art show that ran on Tuesday nights, down by the river. The restaurant was packed. Victorio's had been a town favorite since it opened its doors 30 years ago. Maggie remembered the whole family going, the night it opened. Nothing about the place had changed since then, not even the specials. Red and white checkered tablecloths, candles stuck in Chianti bottles, paintings of the Colosseum on the stone walls. "Did you know this used to be a tunnel used by bootleggers during Prohibition?" she asked. Phil looked around the room. "I thought this was made from loggers' dynamite." Maggie nodded. But that was before. She loved Prairie Valley's rich and random history. John used to tell her stories of how loggers used explosives to disrupt jams on the river, of treaties signed between the government and the Ojibwa Nation on the corner of Main and Myrtle. The town was one of the oldest cities in the state, losing out to Stillwater by only a year. By the end of dinner, she was once again enjoying herself with Phil. They had a lot in common besides the fact that their children were married to one another. They both loved art and literature and theater and always supported local artists. Both had graduated from the University of Minnesota. Both came from wealthy families, but turned away from societal rules and expectations. Both fell in love with their soulmates, then lost them to cancer. They enjoyed each other's company, but it never went further than that, and that was how Maggie liked it. She didn't want to be with another man, had no desire to be with anyone other than her John, which was why flirting with the cowboy today seemed so strange, and yet good. She hadn't felt that giddy feeling in her stomach for a very long time. She laughed out loud, thinking about it. "What's so funny?" Phil asked, laying out money for the check. She dug in her purse for her half, something she'd insisted on the first night they'd had dinner. He had asked her on a date, but she had only accepted if he agreed to call it dinner with a friend. All this time, she'd thought John was all the man she would ever need. Now she wasn't so sure. "Want to walk a bit before we head back?" Their routine hadn't changed. Whether it was a show, or a craft fair, or a concert in the park, they always took a walking path along the river, bicyclists and runners passing them as they strolled in the right lane. "The river looks like it's finally going down." She looked out at the inky black water rushing past them. Then, out of the blue, she asked, "Do you think you'll ever get married again?" It was a few moments before he replied, "I hope so." He clasped his hands behind his back, looking ahead as he walked. She blew out a breath. "I have to say, I do like having the whole bed to myself." She tried to make it a light comment, but the truth was, she couldn't imagine anyone other than John lying beside her. "I think that's when I miss Clara the most." He smiled. "I'd read the Bible, she'd read a romance, and we'd talk about our day. Now, most nights, I let myself fall asleep in front of the television." Maggie knew that if given the opportunity, Phil would fall easily into a real relationship with her. She'd made it clear that she couldn't be in that kind of relationship with anyone, even though she could see how easy it would be with Phil. The idea of sitting up in bed, reading a romance and discussing the day seemed awfully nice. But as she walked along with him, all she could think about was Brooks and his bare finger. Chapter 2. "Lessons might be the right way to go," Brooks said to his daughter as they drove up the highway toward the auction. He had taken the kids to their riding lessons that morning. Unfortunately for him, the beautiful Maggie was nowhere to be seen. When Rosie had mentioned the high-end private auction and the horse she had an eye on, he had hoped the event would give him another reason to see Maggie. But he was also a sucker for Sadie. The auction would feature some mighty expensive horses, really overkill for two young kids who just took a lesson once a week. But Sadie was bent on getting a horse. "Daddy, I want you to help me choose the right one." "They're sharing, right?" He had his doubts about whether the boy even liked horses, though Kennedy's obsession was enough for both of them. His daughter could afford the expense, and their place had a heated barn and riding arena. It was nice, not as nice as his, but the kid was trying. Brooks sure did like the young doctor from the Midwest. He was quiet, never boasted or asked a million awkward questions like the one before him had. He treated Sadie like a queen. He supposed it didn't make a lot of sense to have a prime horse property without the horses. Just as she promised, Rosie met them at the front door. And was that Maggie? He was delighted. She smiled. "Well, hello, Brooks." He removed his hat and clapped it over his heart. "Have you come just for fun? Or are you looking for a horse?" She gave a teasing wink and said, "Why, for the fun, of course." He couldn't help but grin back at her. "Well, all right then." "It's good to see you again, Mr. Warner." Rosie, he'd learned, had a knack for finding great horses. She pointed to a row of empty seats. "Shall we?" He held out his arm, letting the women take a seat first. "How's the babies?" Maggie asked Sadie. "Vocal." Sadie seemed comfortable talking to Maggie, confessing how overwhelmed she was. Maggie laughed. "It gets easier." "But she's doing great," he said, squeezing Sadie's shoulder. "It's been great spending time with all of them." "It's awfully nice you're here to help." Maggie sat between Sadie and Rosie. He wished he had snuck in before his daughter so he could sit next to her. Her light perfume wafted toward him, and he recognized it from the other day. Was it Chanel No. 5? Kate loved a good perfume, but she used so much, the scent overtook a room and often gave him a headache. Or was that just Kate herself? He leaned over to get Maggie's attention and was about to ask her a question when the auction began. The speakers cranked up as the auctioneer began his chant. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Johnson-Peterson auction here in Washington County. All horses have been certified by the Horsemanship Association of Minnesota." Rosie pointed to the program. "This is the one." The picture showed a plain-looking brown quarter horse. Nothing stood out. In fact, by the way the horse was described, he didn't sound like much of a bargain, an ex-racehorse that had probably been abused and drugged. He'd seen this before, someone bribing an official to get their lame duck into an elite auction, hoping to pawn them off on an unsuspecting buyer. "Here he is," Rosie said, as a man led out a handsome chestnut, powerful muscles rippling with each step. Brooks changed his opinion immediately. The picture really hadn't done the horse justice. It took seeing him in the flesh to recognize his great conformation and presence. "Socrates is a gelding, and folks, he's quite the looker. Just 7 years old, make a great barrel horse," the announcer declared over the loudspeaker. "Do I have 5? He held up his paddle. "What are you doing, Daddy?" "I'm buying my baby girl a horse." Sadie smiled and hugged him. He was certain she'd brought him here for this very reason. Well, it wasn't like it was any hardship for him. He hadn't been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He'd built his company from the ground up. But he'd buy his daughter 1,000,000 horses if it made her happy. "Do I hear a 7-5? A man standing on the sidelines raised a paddle. "Do I hear a 10? 10, folks? Do I have 10? He raised his paddle again and couldn't help but notice Maggie's glance when he was the highest bidder. When all was said and done, They got up and left the auction tent, giving new patrons a seat. Before he went to claim the horse, he turned to Maggie and asked, "I was thinking about having dinner down by the river. Would you care to join me?" She smiled and stopped walking, as if to think about her answer. Rosie and Sadie stood frozen in place, their eyes darting between the two. He almost felt like a fool. He had been sure he'd read her right, but now he was not so sure. "Can I get back to you on that?" He smiled. "Don't take too much time," he said. "I'm not here for very long." He reached out for her hand, taking it into both of his. "It was a pleasure to see you today, Maggie." "Likewise." She placed her other hand on top of his and then said, "I'd love dinner with you." Rosie's mouth dropped open. Brooks smiled, dropped his hat back on his head, then tipped it at her. "Then dinner it is." Rosie didn't say a word, and neither did Maggie. Olivia burst out the second they drove away. "You have a date, Nana, a real date." Maggie watched Rosie process this information. She was, after all, John's little darling. She'd been his shadow, always at his heels, wanting to do whatever Daddy was doing. "I can't believe he asked you out on a date," she finally said. "Well, thank you," Maggie snapped. "Here it comes," she thought. Rosie hadn't liked the idea of her going on a non-date with Phil, and she'd certainly have a meltdown about the handsome cowboy. Her thoughts rolled over to Brooks. Everything about him exuded masculinity. His walk, the way he talked, the way he held her stare with such confidence it made her blush. Well, she might be 70, but she wasn't dead. "Do you have a problem with me going on a date?" she asked, not beating around a bush that had grown between them since her stroke. She paused, which meant she couldn't say what she really wanted to say. What about Phil? He was the reason she'd wanted to think about it. She didn't think it would be right, going on a date without talking to Phil. "Phil will be fine. You don't even know this guy. He could be some weirdo." "Rosie, you know he's a very generous and kind man." She hoped her daughter would stop before she got upset. She didn't want to ruin the moment. "I'm not helpless, you know, and quite frankly, I don't need your opinion on the matter." Rosie didn't say a thing during the rest of the drive, which was fine by her. When she pulled into the driveway, Maggie asked, "Are you coming in? I'll make some coffee." Rosie shook her head. "No, I'd better head back." "Rosie, I'm a grown woman who can say yes to a date." Rosie looked away. "It just makes me think about Daddy, that's all. I'm not trying to be difficult." "That's not fair, Rosie." She could feel the sting in her heart. How dare her daughter make this about John? Maggie understood how she must feel, but her daughter was a grown woman who should understand too. "This is about you, Rosie, not Daddy. Your father was the first person who'd want me to be happy and move on with my life. No one's getting married. Mr. Warner isn't going to be your stepdaddy. Now, come in for coffee." "I should go home. The boys have probably burned down the house by now." Rosie's 4 boys ran wild. Luckily, they had a whole ranch to do it on, but with their new baby sister, they were seeking extra attention from their parents. "Are you okay?" Maggie asked her. She waited for Rosie's response. "It's just weird." Maggie didn't want to argue anymore, because her youngest just couldn't see past her own grief. She retreated to her suite and didn't come out until dinner, then headed right back there afterward. She was just settling down in front of the television when she heard a knock on her back door. It was Jessie. "I thought you were going to be Olivia," she said. "No, she left for some PTA thing at school." Her grandson-in-law jabbed his hands into his pockets and gestured toward a chair. "May I?" Maggie nodded. "Heard you have a date." She let out a loud laugh. "News spreads fast." "I think it's great." He gave her a nod. Don't listen to them if they give you grief. You deserve to be happy." So they had been talking about her. She squeezed his arm, trying to hold back her emotions. It felt good to have someone on her side. "I sure am glad you married my granddaughter." There were few people who truly had an old soul, but Jesse was one. The young man had lived through more difficulties by the age of 17 than most people had to endure in their whole life. His mother dead, he had turned up at the ranch searching for his father. "I'll leave you be." Their conversation was over. He knew not to push. "I love you too, sugar." Maggie went to bed early that night, but didn't sleep a wink. She couldn't stop thinking about her date with Brooks. She needed to go shopping, get something new. But where were they going? She didn't want something too formal if he was thinking of a burger joint or a bar. There were not many upscale restaurants in Prairie Valley. The next morning when Maggie saw Georgie pulling up to the house, she knew news had traveled up to the ranch. "Hey, Mama," Georgie said, kissing her on the cheek. Maggie poured her a coffee and let her get straight to the point. "Do you have a date?" she asked. Maggie picked up the paper and her own coffee and bumped open the screen door to the back porch. "Yes." Georgie's forehead wrinkled, and Maggie couldn't read her reaction. "Do you have a problem with it?" "No, I think it's great." Georgie took a sip of coffee. "I think you should have started dating a long time ago." Maggie shrugged. "I don't know. We'll see. I mean, he's from Texas." She looked at Georgie, who had found her own second chance at happiness. Her daughter had so much joy in her new life. No regrets, no looking back. And Maggie realized she was envious of that. Brooks spent the morning fishing with Tanner and Kennedy and caught 2 large bass. Tanner started freaking out as soon as the fish came out of the water, then screamed as Brooks killed and cleaned the fish and dropped them into a cooler full of ice water. Kennedy, on the other hand, watched closely. "Puppy, do you think you could teach me?" she asked. He patted on her back. "You're just like your mama." He thought back to when Sadie had still really been his little girl. He realized now that she'd been an angel to put up with all of his insane rules. He'd known very well what sleazeballs teenage boys could be. Sadie had never brought a real date home to his place. It was probably a different story at her mother's house, but what he didn't know couldn't hurt him. Or anyone else. He invited Sadie and Matt for dinner. They all FaceTimed the boys back home at the ranch. The twins still lived on the property, in the guest house, but seemed to be staying at the main house while he was away. His twins had come as a surprise. He and Kate had already started divorce proceedings when she found out she was pregnant. They'd decided to give it one last go, but it hadn't worked out. The truth was, they got along a lot better when they were not living in the same house. His phone blipped. "How's it going there?" "She bought the kids a horse, yesterday." He paused, then corrected himself. I bought the kids a horse, yesterday." "You seriously have a problem with her?" He did have a problem with spoiling his only daughter, but he didn't have to admit it. "I spoil all the women in my life." And he did. Brooks may have divorced Kate, but she was the mother of his children, and he wanted her to live well. "I met someone," he said abruptly, wondering who Kate was bringing to all her charity events these days. "A farmer's daughter?" Kate laughed. "Something like that." "Is she a friend of Sadie's? Because Sadie is not going to appreciate you dating one of her girlfriends. She just moved out there." He wasn't proud of his dating history. After his marriage crashed and burned, he wasn't looking for love. He was looking for distraction, and he had found many young distractions. Now at 70, maybe he wanted something more. "She's fascinating." Wow, fascinating. Someone has Brooks Warner's attention. "She's really not my type at all." She wasn't younger, a bottle blonde, or shallow as a wading pool. Maybe that's a good thing, Kate said. Maggie really did fascinate him. He wanted to know everything about her. I was thinking of flying her to Paris. Why? Kate sounded annoyed. Why not? Brooks, I love you. You know that. But maybe you should try to get to know her without showing off for her. He let out a breath. But it works. Let her get to know you first, before you come on so strong. But what could he do to impress Maggie in Pokey Prairie Valley? On his ranch, he'd be able to show her a night she'd never forget. What was he going to do here? Take her fishing? Have dinner or go to a show? I'm in the middle of the prairies. It was too far to get to a show in the cities without having to stay the night. Then he had it. I'm going to let you go. I have some business calls to make. He dialed his assistant as soon as the call ended, not caring what time it was back home. Mr. Warner, how's Minnesota? Shane asked. Good, fine. I need you to book 2 return flights from Minneapolis to Fort Worth, departing Friday and returning Saturday. Sure thing, Mr. Warner. I'd also like you to tell Amos to prepare an elegant dinner at the house, something for a special friend. And where would you like to have the dinner? Set up something nice out in the south pasture near the lake. It was the most beautiful spot on the whole property. They'd be able to see half of Texas. When he was finished rattling off as many details he could think of, he handed over the rest to his assistant. Shane might be young, but he could set up a dinner party in hours that could, and had, impressed a former president. I'll get right on it. Shane hung up, unaffected by the timing of the call. That night he sat out on the dock, feeling a little nervous about the day ahead with Maggie. He hadn't felt this way about a woman since he was a kid. He laughed at himself. Brooks Warner had a crush on a girl. Chapter 3. Margaret Jensen had only been called Maggie by her grandmother. Everyone else called her Margaret, so she couldn't explain why she introduced herself that way when she met John that first time. I'm Maggie, she said to him as he stood knee-deep in icy river water. John. He reached out a shivering hand. I'm really sorry I scared you. I'm sorry you fell in. She had gone to the cabin to escape her parents for the weekend. It was the summer before her senior year in college, and all they seemed to want to do was pick at her. Art is not a real major. Business, finance, marketing, accounting, her dad would rattle off. That is where you get ahead. Maggie knew they had provided well for her. Her father had worked hard to get where he was, and she was proud of him, but she didn't want to be him. The stress, the amount of living he'd had to give up in order to live the life, seemed insane to her. She had to get away, so she drove to the cabin and woke up early to take a dip in the river. She ran toward the water, and suddenly there was a man in a canoe near the shore. She hadn't expected to see anyone in such an isolated place, so she screamed, which made him jump and scream, and then topple over into the water. She covered her mouth with her hands as he stood there, gasping and dripping. Oh, my goodness. She tried to hand him her towel. I am so sorry. I should have given you warning. He waved off the towel, which made her feel worse. I'm the one who should be sorry. I'll be out of your way as soon as I grab my stuff. Are you fishing? She didn't know why she asked that question, since it was more than obvious. She realized she sounded like a complete idiot. Here stood this handsome guy, and she couldn't put together a coherent sentence. Somehow, she felt like she was floating an inch or so off the ground as she looked into his blue eyes. I was. He looked down at his dripping clothes. I was looking at the blue heron over there, but I think I scared it when I fell in. I'm so sorry, she said again, and offered a hand to help him out of the water. Let me help you find your stuff. She jumped into the water, knowing exactly where his things would be on the river bottom. She pulled up the pole and then the bait box. She handed him his stuff, and he handed back the towel as she stood shivering. He started to laugh. "I've never been more scared," he chuckled. "I thought there was a murderer behind me by the sound of your scream." "I don't know what came over me. I just wasn't expecting to see anyone here. I shouldn't have been so close to the property." When he brushed back his wet hair, her knees nearly buckled. "I should get out of your way." "Do you have a place on the river?" she asked, not wanting the handsome fisherman to leave. "My dad has some clothes in the cabin. I could lend you something to get you home." He shook his head. "No, I'm fine. I live just down the road." Really? She had visited the cabin for years, but never known that someone her own age lived close by. "Down the road?" "Maggie, is it?" he asked. "Yes." "Sorry, Maggie. I didn't realize you were staying at the cabin. It's usually empty." He looked embarrassed. "It's my parents' place. They hardly came anymore. Her father was working all the time, and her mother busy golfing." "It's a real nice cabin," John said. The place was a lot fancier than the name cabin implied. 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and a boathouse with guest quarters above. Her father had built it when he got the promotion at the bank. Yet the irony was that the same promotion made him too busy to use it. She'd rather live in a dinky apartment, painting and drawing, happy, than own 2 beautiful estates and always be angry. "Thanks." She wished she had enough courage to keep talking, but she felt strangely tongue-tied. She watched as he got back into the canoe and paddled away. She'd gone out early every morning for the rest of her stay, looking for him, but she never saw him again until the following Christmas. When Maggie returned to the university for her senior year, she met Richard, a pre-med student who came from a very favorable St. Paul family. She didn't know if she was in love, but her parents certainly were. It was her parents who'd set them up in the first place. They were members of the same golf club. His father was also in banking, and the 2 men had briefly worked at the same bank. By December, there were whispers about his popping the question. After all, they were graduating that spring, and he'd be headed to medical school at Dartmouth. Maggie started thinking about graduate school, thought about taking more art history maybe, or getting a teaching degree. Maybe even becoming a professor. She really didn't know what she wanted to do. It wasn't just fine arts that she loved. She liked fabrics and sewing and knitting and drawing and all of it. None of it would lead to a suitable career choice, according to her father. And according to her mother, she should be more concerned with marrying a suitable husband. Maggie dreaded the idea of Richard proposing because she wasn't sure what she would say. She was more and more sure that it wouldn't be yes, though. "Why don't we spend Christmas at the cabin?" she suggested as she stood in the family kitchen. "But we've invited Richard's family. We can't cancel a week before Christmas," her mother said, sipping Chardonnay while she cooked dinner. "What if I don't want them to come?" She hoped her mother would get the drift of what she was saying. She didn't know if she could go through with it all. "I'm afraid he's going to ask me to marry him." "You're afraid? What are you saying, Margaret?" Instead of the empathy she had hoped for, there was fear in her mother's eyes. "I don't know if I'm really in love with Richard." "Marriage isn't just about love," her mother said flatly. "Aren't you in love with Daddy?" She'd thought her parents' marriage had been stable, comfortable. Weren't they in love? "He's provided a very good life for me," she said carefully. "Life is all about sacrifices. But I don't want to sacrifice love." "You're young and naive," her mother shook her head. "Do you think you can live like this as an art teacher?" She gestured at all the things around her, as if their net worth was a compensation for happiness. "I don't love him. Maggie was suddenly sure. Maggie, you are going to spoil a very good thing. Her mother's voice was stern. That night, she broke up with Richard. They sat on a bench at Mounds Park. She was freezing and wanted to get back inside the car, but there he sat, on a bench facing the river, not saying anything, and making her feel like the worst person in the world. You want to break up? Tears welled up in his eyes, and she felt ashamed she hadn't done it earlier when the doubts had first crept in. I'm sorry. She couldn't explain it, but she had suddenly seen her whole future with him, and she didn't want that for herself. I just don't understand. I thought we were getting along fine. We were. She almost said it was her, not him, but stopped herself just in time. It was the truth, though. I'm not ready to get serious, and I think you are. He looked at her then. I'm leaving for New England. She nodded. I'm going to be gone in a few months. I thought you wanted to come with me. I'm not ready to settle down. He got up without another word and headed toward the car. She slowly peeled herself off the bench, wishing she'd driven herself. I really wish you all the best, she said, as he dropped her off in the driveway without even a goodbye. He threw the car in reverse as soon as the door closed. She faced her parents' house. All the lights were off inside, except the ones blinking on the massive artificial Christmas tree. She didn't want to go in. She'd have to face her mother, listen to her father, as he lectured her about choosing a better life for herself. Then she remembered her parents were at her father's company Christmas party. She went upstairs to her bedroom and fell on her bed. She stared up at the ceiling, thinking about Richard and how he had cried, and how her heart must be as cold as ice to not feel anything for him. The silence in the house enveloped her and made her feel claustrophobic. She didn't want to stay in her parents' house any longer. She wanted to get away. She sprang up from the bed. She was going to go to the cabin. She left the cities, turning up the radio in her teeny Volkswagen Bug, and drove all the way to Prairie Valley without looking back. A few days by herself was exactly what she needed to figure things out. By the time she pulled into the driveway, it had started to snow, big flakes sifting down and melting on her windshield. There was a truck parked at the end of the dirt road. She thought back to the last time she had gone to the cabin, back in the summer when she scared the handsome fisherman. Then she saw it. Out on the lake, and as if by divine intervention, sat a fishing hut. Could it really be him, again? She opened the door, and cold flakes swirled into the car. She grabbed her things and ran to the cabin. When she stepped inside and flicked the light switch, the light didn't come on. That was when she realized what it meant to be at the cabin in winter. She ran to the living room and tried the lamp, but it was no use. Her breath frosted the air. Oh, no, she groaned, then tried the phone. Dead. No running water either. She was such an idiot. She'd driven all that way to Prairie Valley only to have to turn around and go back. What had she done? She'd broken up with a really nice guy. She was avoiding her family because she didn't know what she wanted in life. She picked up her bags and headed out the door, just as a dark figure loomed out of the snow in front of her. "Ah!" she screamed. "Ah!" The man echoed her as he slipped on a patch of ice and fell hard on his bottom. "Oh my gosh!" She dropped her bags and ran to him. "Are you okay?" "Maggie?" "Yes." She reached out a hand. "John, isn't it?" He smiled, then grimaced. "I'm good, just extremely clumsy around you. At least this time you didn't fall in the water." "I was ice fishing," he said quickly, pointing to the hut. "I didn't think anyone was here." She shook her head. "No, it's fine. I'm actually leaving." "You're leaving?" His face fell. "I forgot the place was closed up." She felt like such a fool, like a spoiled little rich kid who expected the world to cater to her every whim. She had ruined Christmas. Her parents were going to be beyond upset with her. The thought of having to go back home with her tail between her legs was horrible. We usually come out during Christmas, but we weren't planning on it this year. Where do you live? He asked. The cities. I wouldn't be driving that little thing in the snow all the way to the cities tonight. She looked at her ivory beetle. He was right. Do you have wood? He asked. Yes. She pointed to the pile behind the shed. A wood stove? It's in the basement. Well, you can at least heat the place up that way. I can bring you some water and some food, too. I'm just up the road. Her parents were going to be furious if she didn't at least try calling, especially now, with the snow. Do you have a phone I could use? Yeah, come on up with me to the farm. You live on a farm? She had lived in Minnesota her whole life and never met a real farmer. He nodded, opening up his truck door. Get in. I'll drive myself. In that thing? He looked at her car. You'll never make it. I'll make it. She looked at her bug and thought about the snow-covered dirt roads, with hardly any traction even at the best times. She had to call her parents, but getting into a truck with a complete stranger? It's a real short drive, and my parents are there. He pulled out his wallet and handed it to her. This is my license. I'm harmless, really. He threw his fishing equipment into the bed of the truck. She got into the passenger seat, looking around for a weapon just in case he was some kind of devil. It was only a short ride, just like he'd said. As he pulled up the drive, she leaned over the dashboard and looked out to see a giant red barn and white farmhouse. From inside, she could see a woman looking out the window. Hello, the woman greeted them as they came through the door. She gave John an inquisitive look. Mom, this is Maggie. She has a cabin on the river, but her phone's not working, so I told her she could use ours. Yes, of course. She smiled and waved her hand toward the phone hanging on the wall. Feel free to make as many calls as you need. I'm afraid it will be long distance. My parents live in the cities. That's all right, dear. A big, burly man came into the kitchen. He looked at her, then John. He introduced her, then peeled off his winter jacket and snow pants. Her family has a cabin on the river. The Jensens? Maggie nodded as she picked up the receiver. I really appreciate this. Of course. Make yourself at home. She looked at the three of them, wishing for some privacy, but dialed her parents' number. It was still early, and she worried they would be out. She almost hung up, but after the fifth ring, her mother picked up. Margaret, you went to the cabin all by yourself in a snowstorm? Yes, I'm here. Come home right now. Her mother's voice was short, annoyed, and tense. There's no heat or electricity. I can't. The snow's falling pretty hard now. She looked out the window. The thick flakes had turned to small pellets hitting the glass, hard and fast. I'll be fine tonight, and I'll head back in the morning. Why did you go all the way to Prairie Valley? They didn't know yet. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw John murmur something to his parents, and they turned to look at her. Can I explain later? She was mortified at having this conversation in the middle of these strangers' kitchen. I'm not at the cabin, actually. I'm at the neighbors, using their phone. Her mother let out a shriek. Tell me you're safe? John's father stepped closer to her. Do you mind if I speak to your parents? She looked up, embarrassed, and shook her head, then handed him the receiver. This night couldn't have gone any worse. Hello, Mrs. Jensen. Your daughter is more than welcome to stay here for the night with my wife and I. We have a farm on Quail Ridge Road. We've met a few times here and there. I surely wouldn't send my own daughter out on a night like tonight. John's father nodded to her, then passed the phone back. What has gotten into you? Her mother's voice came in a hard whisper. You'd better leave as soon as you can. This is completely irresponsible. These people are strangers. She looked around the kitchen, with knickknacks and tchotchkes all around. Cross-stitched Bible quotes hung on the wall. I think I'm safe. This is completely unacceptable behavior. As her mother scolded her down the phone line, she watched as John and his father sat at the table and his mother put a kettle on the gas stove. They smiled and chatted together, and it was such a comfortable and homey scene that she felt a pang. Things were always so tense with her family, everyone either snipping or tiptoeing around each other. Maggie, would you like some tea? John's mother asked, and Maggie covered the receiver with her hand and said, Yes, please, that would be great. She cut her mother off mid-sentence. I gotta go, Mother. I will be home as soon as the storm lets up, I promise. When she returned the phone to the wall, the family sat at the table waiting for her. So, you're from the Twin Cities? John's father asked. Yes, mister. Now, as she stumbled to remember the name she'd seen on the mailbox, she realized her mother was absolutely right. She was in a complete stranger's home. Boudreau, John answered for his father. I'm sorry, dear. My name is JJ, and this is my wife, Molly, he said, reaching out his hand across the table. His grip was firm, but stiff. His knuckles were swollen, his palm rough with calluses. So Johnny tells us that you were going to stay at your cabin, but nothing's working. I kind of forgot that it was all closed up. She felt stupid, and her cheeks warmed under John's steady gaze. He was even more handsome than she remembered. Didn't your parents know? His father asked. JJ. Molly glanced at her husband, then back at Maggie. Please forgive my nosy husband. No, it's all right. What had she been thinking? That was the problem, just like her parents always said. She didn't think. She lived in the clouds, in a fairy world where everything took care of itself. All this time she had thought they didn't know her at all, but it turned out they were right. She had been selfish, irresponsible, and immature. I didn't ask. I just kind of left. Then she mumbled, I would have taken a jet plane if I could have. John smiled at the song reference. I get the wanting to get away. When he smiled, Maggie didn't feel so stupid after all. Did he really understand her need to escape? Was that why he happened to be on a deserted river all the time? Well, you can take Johnny's brother's room. Mrs. Boudreau sipped her tea. There's a bathroom up there. I have clean towels, and I think even a spare toothbrush. Thank you so much, but I did pack. I just kind of needed to get away for a night. She looked at John, who stared right back at her. That feeling she had been trying so hard to feel with Richard now radiated through every cell of her body. You hungry? He asked. We just had dinner. No, thank you. She looked at the clock. It was now close to 10 o'clock. I should let you all go to bed. We like to watch the news, Mrs. Boudreau said. Please, make yourself at home. I'll show you to your room, John said, getting up so quickly the chair scraped against the floor. She followed him up a creaking back staircase. No sneaking out of here, she teased. I tried a time or two but never made it to the bottom. She chuckled at the thought of this grown man tiptoeing down the stairs. Then she thought about how happy he seemed to be living here. Back in her world, a man living with his parents would not be proud of the fact, but she could see the pride in his face as he showed her around his home. He showed her to a room filled with Twins baseball memorabilia. Thank you so much for everything. She checked out the space as he dropped her bag on the bed. Well, we can't have you sleep out in the cold. He hung back by the door. The bathroom's across the hall. My parents' room is on the right, and mine is at the back of the house. Her eyes strayed in the direction he pointed. Great. He turned around, then hesitated and said, There's a killer view from the train trestle at sunrise, if the storm lets up. He rubbed his hands together. The sun lights up the whole town like it's on fire, and with the fresh snow, it's really going to be something. She couldn't hold back her smile, even though everything inside her told her she had to leave first thing in the morning. She couldn't stick around in Prairie Valley days before Christmas with a complete stranger, no matter how handsome. But how much of a stranger was he now? She was about to sleep in his house for the night. That signified at least a budding friendship. Her face heated up again for the 100th time that night. She must have looked ridiculous, and she felt it too. But there was no way she was missing out on a sunrise with the handsome John. I'd love that. Good morning, Mr. Boudreau said from the kitchen table when she came downstairs. Looks like the storm's let up, but they've shut down the highway until the plows can catch up. Good morning. It was only 6 a.m., still dark, and yet the whole house was awake. Mrs. Boudreau was in front of the stove cooking breakfast, while Mr. Boudreau sipped coffee and read the paper. Good morning, John said as he came in the door with a basket of eggs, stamping snow from his boots. Did you sleep well? Mr. Boudreau got up with his own mug in hand and glanced at her. How about a cup of coffee? That would be great, thanks. She smiled. John pointed to a chair. Sit, we still have time. Where are you going? Mrs. Boudreau asked, pulling the dozen or so eggs from the snowy basket. Maggie, do you like scrambled eggs? Maggie had never had an egg that was so fresh it might still be warm from the hen. You have a lot of chickens? And cows and pigs, Mrs. Boudreau said. I want a horse, John said, sitting next to her at the table. He sat so close, she could smell his musky scent. Mr. Boudreau handed Maggie a mug and passed the sugar and cream in glass jars. You don't need a horse on a farm these days. John shook his head, grabbing a piece of bacon. I don't want it for the farm. I want it for me. Always playing cowboys, that one? Mrs. Boudreau said to Maggie as she placed a bowl of butter on the table and slapped John's hand before he could snatch another piece of bacon. Johnny, can you grab the toast? They all sat down at the table, and soon they were all talking about school, the farm, the twins, fishing, and what Maggie's plans were after she graduated. I'm not sure yet, she said honestly. I'd maybe like to be an art teacher. That is a noble career, John's mother said to her. I admire those with enough talent to teach something they're passionate about. She learned that John had been in the army, then moved back to his parents' farm so they could settle into retirement. We're headed to Vero Beach after the new year, Molly said with excitement. She squeezed JJ's thigh under the table, which made Maggie giggle. But they'll be back for summer, John said. As the conversation continued, they talked to her as if she were a smart, capable, thinking human being. So, where do you want to work back in the cities? Mr. Boudreau asked. She almost shrugged, but stopped herself. I'd love to teach in a smaller town, where the community is closer, you know? Sure sounds good to me. Mrs. Boudreau gave her a wink. Sounds like you know what you want. After they'd finished breakfast and helped clean up, John handed her a big snowsuit. You'll want to wear this. It was huge. He also handed her a hat, gloves, and a pair of moon boots. These are my mom's. She won't mind. Use whatever you want, Molly called from the living room. Maggie was struck again by the differences between his parents' relationship with him and her relationship with hers. Her parents would be questioning everything, telling her that it was a bad idea to go out to the trestle when she should be waiting for news about the roads. She knew what they'd have to say about farm living and chipped dinnerware and the casual attire and attitudes. Can I see the animals after? Sure. He opened the back door as she finished putting on all the winter wear. We'll have to walk, since the roads haven't been plowed yet. He walked down the porch steps, then held out his hand to her. You're going to love this." And she did. She stood holding the bridge railing, feeling absolutely alive as the sun rose above the golden sandstone bluffs of the St. Croix. The sun's rays lit up the whole valley, twinkling off the window glass of the houses and shops. Pinks and oranges reflected off the freshly fallen snow and glimmered on all the branches and limbs. "This is so beautiful," she whispered, looking out over the frozen river below. The exhilaration of fear and amazement pulsated through her whole body. "I never want to leave," he said, the sun lighting up his face. "I just love the prairie." For the rest of the morning, as she waited for the roads to be cleaned up, John showed her around the farm. She met the pigs first, then headed out to the pasture where the cows pawed at the snow. "Are they okay out in this cold?" she asked. "They love it. You should see them during the first snow of the year. They jump and roll around like little kids, especially Sally over there." "You name your cows?" "These are mostly milking cows." He pointed to a separate paddock. "That's our bull, Mike. He'll end up as dinner eventually, but we still named him." "Won't you feel bad, eating Mike?" He shrugged. "Yes and no. I'll feel good that I provided for my family, that I provided Mike a good life." He shrugged again. "I don't want to have to kill anything, but that's what you must do if you want to eat meat." She had only ever seen meat packaged and wrapped up, not in the form of a living, breathing animal. In fact, she really mostly saw it cooked and on her plate. The cow named Sally made her way over to the fence. "She's a ham and likes to rub, so watch out." The cow made her way up to John and rubbed her ear against his hand. Maggie reached out to pet the ton of cow just inches away from her. She loves her belly rubbed the most. John took off his glove and scratched the cow's chest with his fingers. Maggie laughed when she saw the animal's eyes droop in pleasure. "She's in love. My Sally is a sweetheart." She took her own glove off and started scratching the animal. Then she heard the crunch of footsteps behind them. "Looks like the roads are almost clear," JJ yelled as he headed toward the barn. She could hear the faint sound of the plow making its way down the road. She had hoped, wished even, that the roads would remain impassable for at least a little longer. Maybe even another day. Suddenly she didn't want to be anywhere other than right there. "Your farm is amazing," she said. As she looked out at the rolling, snow-covered hills, she felt a strange longing she hadn't felt before. "I'd love to explore those fields." "Do you have to get back right away?" he asked. She did. Her parents would absolutely freak out otherwise. Staying on with strangers was absolutely out of the question. Christmas was only 2 days away. She had no legitimate reason to stay. "Nope." Chapter 4. "Pack a bag," Brooks texted her. What kind of bag? She wanted to just ask, but was afraid of ruining his surprise. "I'm sleeping in my own room. You can pick whichever one you want." She smiled at the phone, unable to concentrate on the task at hand. She needed to tell her daughters she was going out of town with a strange man to a secret destination. Rosie was going to freak out, but if someone was going to murder her, she figured he wouldn't bother telling her to pack. "Pack a bag," she muttered. "Pack a bag?" Olivia repeated, walking down the back staircase. She didn't know what to do other than to be honest. So she said, as matter-of-factly as possible, "Looks like I'm going away for the night." Olivia cocked her head. "Where are you going, Nana?" "I'm headed somewhere special." Well, she assumed, she hoped. God, she hoped he didn't think she liked fishing just because she was from Minnesota. "With who?" Olivia's curiosity could be dangerous, because she'd surely blabbed to Rosie. The two were inseparable these days, always hanging out together in the barn with the horses and the kids. It was a lovely relationship, but if Olivia knew about something, so would Rosie. With a friend. She hoped her granddaughter wasn't going to interrogate her. Luckily, Georgie came barreling inside at that moment, with her arms full of groceries. I got everything for Mrs. Shug's meals. Ugh, Maggie had forgotten about the meal train. She had signed up to make casseroles. Let me help you with those. Maggie went to Georgie and took a pair of crackling paper sacks from her. Thanks, Ma. Georgie set the remainder on the counter, and Olivia blurted out, Nana's going away for the night on a secret date. Olivia. Georgie swung around to look at Maggie. You're going away for the night? Not that it's any of your business, but yes. She stood straighter. I'm going away with Brooks. Where? Georgie asked. Ma, you hardly know the guy. There was so much on the tip of her tongue, but the truth was she'd probably say the same thing to her daughter in the same situation. The difference was that she wasn't the daughter. She was the mother. I plan to get to know him this evening. Where are you going? Georgie pressed. Maggie raised her chin. I don't know. He's loaded, Olivia said from the pantry, digging out the slow cooker. Sadie says he's into oil and all that. Like real Dallas stuff. Oh? Maggie could tell Brooks was comfortable, but he didn't seem to be flaunting that kind of money. Just because he's rich doesn't mean he's someone Nana should just go off with. Georgie talked as though Maggie wasn't even there. You'll have to make the meals for Bonnie yourselves this time. Maggie dropped the glass casserole dish on the counter and started to leave the kitchen. Mama, I'm not trying to be a pain, Georgie said, following her. But you seriously don't know him. What if he's expecting something from you tonight? He's not. Maggie got the sense he was too much of a gentleman for that. Besides, that's none of your business. She couldn't help but chuckle at the horrified look on her daughter's face. Georgie, sit down. She pointed to the chair in front of the gas fireplace. When she took a seat, Maggie asked, Is it that awful to think a handsome man is interested in your mother? She hoped that was it, but Georgie looked heartbroken. No, Mama, you deserve happiness, she smiled, wiping away a tear. Maggie wrapped her arm around her eldest daughter, feeling suddenly guilty. Look, I don't have to go. It's really not that important to me. Georgie shook her hands. No, that's ridiculous. Rosie won't like it. Maggie sat on the armrest next to Georgie. I should probably cancel. Rosie doesn't have to know about it. Georgie stood, stretching. Go, have fun, and live to tell the tale. Georgie made a face. Seriously, you'd better survive this bizarre date, or Rosie will kill me. I wonder where he'll take me. Maggie could feel the butterflies in her stomach again. It is pretty romantic. Maggie couldn't believe this was really happening. John had given her many surprises, but always simple ones, nothing extravagant. She had never felt the need for anything more. But tonight was different. It was like something out of a fairy tale. I need to go pack. Maggie's daughters met Brooks at the front door when he arrived at the farm. I asked my mother if I could know just where you're taking her. She took the flowers he held out as she opened the door. She had the same beautiful eyes that Maggie had. The speckles of gold held fire inside. Good afternoon. He removed his hat and reached out his hand. My name is Brooks Warner. She eyed him as she shook his hand. I'm Georgie, Maggie's daughter. Yes, I understand why you'd want to know. He looked around the room but didn't see Maggie. I'm taking her to my ranch in Texas. Will you be alone? I have security cameras and I can give you the code if you'd like. He certainly understood her daughter's concern. He wouldn't like his own Sadie headed off to an unknown destination with a stranger. I should have probably given Maggie more information, huh? It's a very sweet gesture. She paused, her eyes still on him, turning his card over in her hand. I hope. You can call any time. How about I take your number in case of an emergency? That's a good idea. He pulled out his phone and punched in Georgie's number. I promise your mother will be safe with me. She looked down at the card. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Warner. She shook his hand again. I'll go get my mother. The pleasure is mine. He gave a small bow. He didn't mind the interrogation. It only showed how much Maggie was loved. His jaw dropped when she walked into the room in a pale blue dress, her hair down around her shoulders. So many women he knew fought the aging process or just gave in to it, but Maggie exuded a natural, confident beauty that was very sexy. Wow, you took my breath away, he said. You look stunning. She smiled and looked at her daughter, still holding the flowers. They're beautiful. He has my number, so if you need me, Georgie said. Maggie looked at him and rolled her eyes. Do your children treat you like the child, too? Every dang day? He laughed. She kissed her daughter on the cheek and picked up her overnight bag from the bottom step. I'll be home before curfew. He took her bag, cocked his arm and held it out for her to take. Shall we? She stepped up to him, looped her arm inside his, and said, Let's go. He walked her to the truck. He'd almost ordered a car so he wouldn't have to worry about parking at the airport, but the idea of driving appealed to him. So, what's next? She asked, as they started down the road. We're headed to the airport. He peeked over at her to see her reaction, and she was already looking at him. He second-guessed everything for the 40th time. Brooks Warner didn't usually question things when it came to women, but Maggie was different. He didn't think she'd have much patience with egotistical, insecure cowboys. Are you like this all the time? She asked. With women? The question was vague enough that he could easily bend the truth, but he didn't want to, with Maggie. Never on a first date, he admitted. Maggie sat up and gave him an intense look, then nodded. Well, I look forward to it. He wanted to be forward. He wanted Maggie to know that she was someone special, so there was no unnecessary confusion. He liked how she was game to go along with his plan, unlike his ex, who would have complained the whole time. He rubbed the wheel with his hands, looking down the highway, absolutely sure this extravagant evening would be worth it. They arrived at the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, and Brooks led her to the private passenger airline entrance. They went through a separate security gate and headed to a terminal of private carriers she had never heard of and tiny planes she'd never imagined flying on. She wondered if there'd be a captain's log, like in the movies, if she were to go missing. Ah, Georgie. It had been a blessing when Georgie and the kids came back to the farm. She'd been heartbroken when her eldest daughter's marriage fell apart, but she'd rejoiced at having them around. She had lost John only months before, and being home alone had been too much. She'd joined so many activities and clubs and attended so many events because she wanted to avoid the truth, that she was alone. Forever. Sure, Rosie lived above the barn, but she had her own life and only briefly stopped in, even with just a driveway between them. Not that she expected her daughters to wait on her, but everyone thought she was doing well when she was barely holding on. If Georgie hadn't come that day, she wasn't sure she'd still be alive. She might have died of a broken heart. What are you thinking? Brooks asked as they settled into their seats. She laughed as she watched the movable staircase roll away from the plane. That you're absolutely crazy. He let out a loud, warm laugh, then winked at her. Good. A shot of electricity ran up through her body. That Texan drawl did something to her. The flight attendant offered champagne, along with a charcuterie board and linen napkins. May I get you anything else, Ms. Boudreau? No, thank you. I'd like to make a toast. Brooks held up his glass close to hers. To adventures. To adventures. If someone would have told her a week ago that she'd be sitting on a private jet headed to an unknown destination, she would have laughed to the point of tears. Yet there she was, the Twin Cities disappearing below them as they flew into the sky. Chapter 5. Maggie gazed out the window, studying the land below. The land was broken up in a patchwork, crazy quilt. A square here, a rectangle there, a triangle or a parallelogram in between. Your granddaughter told me you wanted to be an art teacher. She hadn't thought about teaching in years. She wondered if her old art supplies were still stowed away in the attic. Not that she could ever go back to that kind of art. Art was too reflective, too intrusive, too transparent. Everyone would know her secret, that she wasn't doing well at all. I don't know much about art, but I love collecting it, he said. I remember buying my first painting like it was yesterday, this old Western landscape. I had bought my first house, just got married. I wanted to show off. And one day I saw this painting and I bought it right away. It turned out to be worth nothing, but it's still my favorite. She smiled at the story, and she knew where they were going. His ranch. Then, it wasn't worth nothing, was it? I can't wait to see your collection. You're going to love it. His eyes twinkled at her correct guess. I'd love to see your stuff, too. And suddenly, a weird desire to paint something new came over her. Did she still have it? Could she find a muse other than her one and only love? Someday, maybe. He raised his brow, just enough to make her want to giggle. She felt like a teenager again. Would you like anything else, Ms. Boudreau? The flight attendant asked. It looks like we're good, Tabitha. He turned to Maggie, then in his southern drawl said, Now I can focus on getting to know more about you. She took a sip of the champagne, the bubbles light and sweet in her mouth. Expensive champagne definitely tasted better than the cheap stuff she got on New Year's. What about you, Rooster? What should I know about you? Rooster? I figured you were a John Wayne fan, she said, nibbling on a piece of cheese. But I don't wear an eye patch. Touché. She laughed at herself. She had forgotten about Rooster's eye patch. What do you love so much about Texas, to bring me all the way down there? Everything, he laughed. It's God's honest truth. Just love everything about it. The conversation flowed. They talked about places they had visited and inevitably about their families. He told her about how Sadie had fallen in love with Minnesota against his wishes, but that he liked his son-in-law. When the plane lowered in the sky and the captain announced their arrival, she looked out the window at the expanse of land below. Welcome to Texas. Brooks held out his hand and guided her out of the plane. A warm wind greeted her as she stepped outside and down the stairs to the tarmac. A black Suburban waited close by, with a man dressed in clothes to fit the Hollywood version of Texas. Maggie, this is my assistant, Shane Rose. Maggie held out her hand to the baby-faced young man. Nice to meet you. He opened the door for them, then threw her bag in the back. It's only a short drive. Sounds great. She didn't mind at all. Every second was like a dream. Something like a movie star might experience, not a silver-haired grandmother from Minnesota. They followed a 2-lane road for miles until they turned off into a small downtown area with a sign that read, Sweetheart, Texas. You live in a town called Sweetheart. She loved it. Let's just say they like all things sweet. It's sort of their thing. He pointed out the window at the quaint little shops lining Main Street. A candy shop, a bakery, a real live. Is that an actual soda shop? Sure is. His lips curved up in a grin as they passed the sweet soda pop shop, with its green and pink striped awning covering the large picture window. Inside, she could see families, kids spinning on round stools and sipping on straws. Every window had a flower box overflowing with blooms, and there were Texas flags everywhere. "This is the cutest town I've ever seen." The whole scene looked like a Thomas Kinkade painting. They swung a right turn at the only stoplight and passed mid-century homes with wide sidewalks and well-manicured lawns. The yards grew bigger the further from town they went. They soon hit a long country road that continued for a few more miles before the driver pulled up and passed under a steel gate with Warner Ranch written on top. All around them were miles and miles of Texas prairie. "How many acres do you have?" "About 250. She was surprised. That was smaller than the Gunderson place, which was considered a mid-sized ranch. With the kind of money Brooks seemed to have, she would have thought he'd own more. 1,000. "Oh." Her mouth dropped open. 250,000? You own Rhode Island. "Well, maybe a third of Rhode Island." "Have your family always been in ranching?" "No, I've just had good luck and put in some hard work." She smiled at his humble answer. That was some good luck, and an equal amount of work, she was sure. He took her hand in his as they headed down the drive, lined with white horse fencing, leading them to the sprawling home ahead. Oh, wow. She couldn't hold back her reaction. Brooks Ranch was right out of the pages of a magazine or a television show featuring the homes of the rich and famous. Horses galloped off in the distance. A landscaped pond reflected the clouds up above, and the American flag flew in the breeze. This is incredible, like a dream. "Let me show you around." "Tomorrow's going to be a scorcher. Hope you don't mind the heat." He leaned back in his chair at the table. Maggie was more intoxicating than the wine. "Love it," she said. "Nowadays I'm always cold anyways." He laughed. "Don't I know it?" He always felt vulnerable when talking about age. Usually he avoided the topic with women, since most of the women he dated were too young to really understand. They had too many years before them to understand life's bittersweet finality creeping up behind you. Spending time with younger women meant he could pretend for just a bit longer that his bones didn't creak every time he sat down, that he was a grandfather, that he needed to get his prostate checked. But it always backfired, because in the end it was always about the money with them. And they always wanted more than he was willing to give. When his last girlfriend started talking marriage and children, the bubble burst. That part of his life was over, and he'd said so. She threw her drink in his face and walked out of the very exclusive private club. The guys in the locker room gave him a hard time about that one for weeks. What would the men think of Maggie? That she was absolute dynamite. And it wouldn't matter a damn to her, he guessed, with a little inward chuckle. Dinner had been set up by the lake, but dessert was on the patio near the fire pit. The whole night was a success. He hadn't laughed so hard in a long time. Maggie was not only beautiful, but funny too. She told stories of the farm, of her children, and of her husband. He could tell she was very much in love with him still. John almost cut his foot off. She laughed again, which made him laugh. The idea of her husband maiming himself wasn't exactly funny, but the way she told the story about how his leg got jammed inside a mower was a riot. "I can't believe the cow kicked him that hard." She laughed until tears ran down her cheek. She dabbed her eyes with her napkin. "How did you meet your ex-wife?" He hadn't thought about that moment in a long time. "I worked for her father." He'd resented Brooks from the start, a poor kid who expected to succeed in America with hard work and perseverance. Kate loved ruffling her daddy's feathers, which was why she'd started chasing after him. He was already so caught up with her that he didn't see how wrong they truly were for each other. Pampered and spoiled, She'd been miserable the first few years while he tried to make it on his own. She was embarrassed and begged him to grovel to her daddy to get his old job back. "Does he ranch as well?" He shook his head. Oil. He had sold Brooks his first 500 acres, and Brooks had installed a drilling rig. I became his competition. "I take it you didn't like your father-in-law?" "Ex-father-in-law, and no, I didn't like the man." "Is he still alive?" Brooks shook his head. It still surprised him. He'd always thought the man was too mean to die. "Passed away about a year ago, 99 years old." "Wow." He nodded, thinking about how ironic it was that his father-in-law had no one who would have ran the family business as well as Brooks would have, if given the chance. Now, the business had been sold off cheap, and his fortune and legacy had been flushed down the toilet by his own useless sons. He had gone with the kids to say his respects at the man's funeral, but left as soon as he could. "I hope you're enjoying yourself." He couldn't have asked for a better night, he thought, as they sampled the creme brulee. It beat the high society charity events. Most women don't want to just sit under the stars. "I thought you said you don't usually bring women here." He had forgotten he'd said that. "I don't usually bring a first date to the ranch." "What do you usually do for first dates?" She leaned closer to him. Was she fishing or really just curious? Maggie didn't seem like the jealous type. "I've always been one to go over the top." She laughed. "Yes, I gathered that." He laughed at himself. "But this is probably my best first date." She smiled, looking away, but he could see her blush in the firelight. "You really have outdone yourself." He felt himself drawing closer to her. "Are you ever going to kiss me?" she asked. The question was so forward, he laughed in surprise. He stood up, pulled her out of her chair, and kissed her. Chapter 6. Maggie woke to the sun filtering through the curtains. The room glowed under the golden rays. She went to the French doors and opened them, stepping out on the patio that overlooked miles of grassland. It was one of the most beautiful sunrises she had ever seen. Off in the distance, at least half a dozen horses were silhouetted on the horizon. A slight mist hazed the prairie wildflowers. She smelled coffee and smiled to herself. Brooks was quite a gentleman. Everything about him was easygoing, low pressure. He always followed her cues, except last night, when she'd had to prompt him to kiss her, though he was happy to take the lead after that. It was one of the most amazing kisses she had ever experienced. With John, it had been different. They had both been young, inexperienced, just kids. They hadn't really known what they were doing for years. But Brooks was very much a grown man. He knew how to kiss. Her knees wobbled just thinking about it. She rubbed the top of the wooden case of oil paints he had given her as a gift. He had left it in her room, along with a blank canvas and a note telling her to enjoy the view. She could find hundreds of spots on Brooks' property to paint, but she was afraid she didn't have the gift anymore. Drawing in a deep breath, she inhaled the scent of linseed oil and set the supplies aside. She took her time getting ready, admiring Brooks's art collection on her way downstairs. Paintings of all different styles hung on the walls, oils in big frames, watercolors and bronze Western-themed statues, all fitting the ranch motif. Before she reached the kitchen, she spotted Brooks reading the paper outside on the patio. "You weren't lying about your art collection," she said as she joined him. "Good morning." He took her hands and kissed her cheek, then pulled out a chair for her. "Hope you slept well." "I did. Incredibly, actually. It's been a long time since I've slept that well." As she sat down, she looked out at the vista before her. She couldn't believe she was here in this moment. "How do you get used to this view?" "I never have." He gestured to a side table set up with coffee and baked goods. Can I get you something? She looked at the selection. Puff pastries oozing with creme, sugary glazed cinnamon rolls, croissants and breads with fruit jams. I'll take one of everything, she joked. He chuckled. I may have gone overboard. I'd love a black coffee and a croissant. He nodded. Simple. I love it. She peeked at the light coffee in his mug. I thought cowboys liked their coffee like they like their oil. I'm afraid I'm a fraud when it comes to coffee. He set the golden croissant in front of her with a pottery mug of coffee. I like a lot of cream and a lot of sugar. I don't think I even like the coffee all that much. A laugh escaped her. You know I'm a fraud, too? She wasn't sure what he had planned, but she was sure it included the beautiful horses he owned. Why wouldn't he think she was an experienced horsewoman with a daughter like Rosie? I bet you never guessed I didn't grow up on a farm. I was a city girl. Get out. His eyes widened. You are a fraud. She relaxed at his teasing tone. She liked this man. A lot. Brooks, Maggie said, pointing. There's a woman running across the lawn. Brooks held back an eye roll. His son Bobby had brought home a woman. He didn't expect his youngest to even be there. He usually found a couch to crash on when he went out. He opened his mouth, but before he could say his name, Bobby was standing in the middle of the patio. You're home! His son's brow was beaded with cold sweat. Good morning. Brooks leaned back in his chair and smiled. He decided to give his son a bit of a hard time. He had found a few personal effects in his master suite that he suspected belonged to the woman running across the lawn from the guest house. I didn't know you'd flown in. Bobby reached out a hand to Maggie. Hi, I'm Bobby, Brooks' youngest. Just like his daddy, Bobby had a confident manner that few men could pull off. Maybe it came from getting everything he had ever wanted, including beautiful women willing to act like fools. Nice to meet you. Maggie gestured toward the seat next to her. You and that young lady should join us for breakfast. There's plenty. Bobby blushed, but smiled at Maggie. I wouldn't want to interrupt. It's no interruption. Bobby slapped his leg. Okay then, I'll go grab her. The invitation would not have been extended had Maggie not spoken first. Not that Brooks usually minded including strange women at the breakfast table, but he had wanted to spend the morning with Maggie, alone. Bobby didn't seem to catch his vibe. Instead, he ran off through the house and out the front door to fetch his lady friend, who by now was probably sitting in his truck. The new truck Brooks had recently bought for him. That was nice of you, he said. You don't mind, do you? She asked. He shook his head. Not at all. He didn't remember the last time he'd had breakfast with his boys. The twins were always off doing their own thing in the summer, usually sleeping in until God knew when, then off to college for most of the year. Poor girl must be hungry, she said. He was surprised into another laugh. Maggie was really something. Soon, Bobby and his friend Jessica returned to join them for breakfast. When did you come back? Bobby asked, reaching over the table for the plate of bacon. Maggie handed him the tongs. Thanks. Last night, Book said, enjoying watching his playboy son with Maggie. Your dad just picked me up and carried me off. And you live in Minnesota? Bobby asked, stuffing a pastry into his mouth. Yes, your sister's family go to my church and know my grandchildren. Bobby seemed to enjoy talking with Maggie, probably because she let Bobby do what he loved best, talk about himself. He loved his son, but out of all his children, Bobby reminded him the most of his ex. At 21, he'd never held down a job long enough to earn anything more than gas money. He did attend college and said he wanted to attend law school after that, but Brooks was pretty sure school was just an excuse to party and not have to grow up. My granddaughter practices, Maggie said to Bobby after he revealed he'd taken the LSATs. Really? Bobby looked interested. Where? Back home in Prairie Valley, she said. Her pride couldn't be mistaken. It's like always cold there, right? Jessica asked in a mousy voice. In Minnesota? Maggie shook her head. It's extreme, hot in the summer, cold in the winter. I like her, Bobby said when Brooks walked him out, peeking back at the patio where Maggie was now on the phone with her daughter. She's pretty incredible, actually. Don't let Mom get in the way with this one, Bobby said seriously. Why would your mother get in the way? Kate never seemed to care about who he dated. He was almost ashamed of his previous dating habits. What must his children have thought about a dad who chased women only slightly older than they were? And what had he denied himself by not appreciating the value of a mature partner? Just be careful with her, is all I'm saying. You're in Texas? Rosie didn't even let her answer. I can't believe you just flew off to Texas. Rosie, it's not like he's a complete stranger. Maggie's good mood rapidly soured at having her youngest once more treating her like a child. What's his middle name? Rosie. Enough. She wouldn't have this incredible trip ruined. I'm in Sweetheart, Texas, at the Warner Ranch. I'm not sure when we're returning to Minnesota, but I'll text you when I know more of my plans. You don't even know when you're coming home? Her voice went up an octave. Goodbye, Rosie. And Maggie hung up. Rosie could stew in her own juices. She put on a smile when Brooks returned, trying to pretend nothing was wrong. But he could tell. I hope everything's okay. She waved her hand. It's fine. My daughter just thinks I'm 13 and need a curfew. He laughed. I'm amazed. Bobby actually likes you. She wasn't sure how to take that. Thank you, I think? He waved a hand, shaking his head. No, I mean, he never likes any of the women I date. So I understand about your daughter. She wondered what kind of women he usually dated, and just how different they were. I was thinking we could go for a ride, but if you're not up for it... I'll be honest, I haven't been on a horse in a long time. Horses had always been a slight bone of contention between her and John. So many times the girls would be out in the barn, and she and John would be in the house, crunching numbers. Many times she'd wished he never brought the dang animal home, but John loved the horse as much as the girls did. I didn't bring any riding stuff. She had a sundress with strappy sandals. She was lucky he hadn't taken her somewhere up north. Well, I thought about that already. You'll find some riding clothes in your room. You just happen to have extra women's riding clothes? No, these are for you. Maggie's heart pounded. You bought me riding clothes? I've got a lunch packed already. She should have asked him then about what the plan was, find out when they were returning to Minnesota. But she decided she didn't want to know. She wanted the surprises to keep coming. She wanted to feel this light and alive for as long as she could. Chapter 7. Maggie wasn't able to leave Prairie Valley that afternoon after all. She was pretty sure God intervened because another storm was headed their way. Mr. Boudreau couldn't in good conscience send her off to the cities with the front headed in from the west. He was the one who called her parents. Mr. Jensen, he said in his deep, rugged voice, I will make sure your daughter is safe with us. You can't take these Arctic storms lightly, Mrs. Boudreau said, as Maggie helped her roll out dough for Christmas cookies. She loved feeling included, and how John and Mr. Boudreau helped by testing. She caught John sneaking glances at her while they were all gathered in the kitchen. Later, he took her out to explore. The first spot he took her to seemed to her like the most beautiful place in all of Minnesota. You have your own lake? He nodded. There's nothing worth fishing in it, but you can swim. Do you ice skate? Heck, yeah. He pointed to the hockey net set up on the side of the lake, now partially buried in snow. The wind had scoured the blue-gray ice clean near the shore. Is it safe? We should grab skates. She didn't know why, but being around John felt so natural and easy. He laughed with her as they ran toward the shore. We might have to shovel some. Okay. Then her feet slipped on a hidden ice patch, and Maggie fell flat on her back. Oof! Maggie! John fell on his knees beside her. Wincing, she sat up, laughing at his concerned face, and then couldn't stop as his face became even more concerned. I can't tell if you're laughing or crying. His forehead wrinkled. She laughed even harder. He reached out his hands and lifted her to her feet. Snow slowly twirled around them as they stood on the lake shore. A snowflake fell on her eyelash, and he brushed it softly away. She almost kissed him right then, but he started walking again, keeping her gloved hand in his. Wait until you see this view. They climbed a mound, and suddenly there were rolling hills for miles and miles, with nothing in the way except the cut in the earth's crust with the river flowing through. Ooh! Can I make a confession? I'm really glad it's snowing and the highway got shut down. She smiled, sneaking a glance at him as he squeezed her hand. She didn't know what she was doing, but she was sure she had never felt this way about Richard. Without another moment of hesitation, she wrapped her arms around John's neck and kissed him. Maggie called the Boudreaux as soon as she made it back to the cities, thanking them once again for helping her. Her parents lectured her at the kitchen table, but all she could think about was John. Standing next to him on the trestle, watching his breath billow out in the cold morning air as the sun illuminated the earth. A couple of weeks after Christmas, a present came in the mail. There was no name on the package, but she knew it was from John. Inside was a pair of moon boots with a card that read, "Next time you come up, we should ice fish," along with his number. Maggie called John every night after that. She used up all her spending money on the sorority payphone. She'd wait in line so she could hear his voice as the rest of the girls went out to celebrate their last semester as college students. None of that mattered to Maggie. All that mattered was the next time she'd be in Prairie Valley. She drove up every weekend and stayed in John's little brother's room. And every weekend they went exploring. "You were my real Christmas present," she said to him, as she learned how to knit with his mother's needles. He laughed, but it was the truth. She never told her parents about her trips, but she was certain he told his, even though they were now in Florida. She could tell through John's side of the conversation that they were keen on having her there. "Your parents are so traditional, but so cool about me staying here with you, alone." "You sleep in my brother's room." "Yes, but my parents would kill me." "You mean your parents don't know?" He seemed surprised, and immediately his mood seemed to shift. "My parents would not be cool with it at all," she tried to explain. "They have different ideas about how I should behave. They might accept the idea if she was at Richard's beach house on Martha's vineyard, but not with a guy who planted soy for a living." "But they don't know about us at all?" He looked hurt. She'd thought about telling her parents, but something made her keep quiet. They wouldn't understand. They'd just lecture her on what a horrible life farming would be. She found it fascinating, probably because John was so passionate about it. He showed her everything he did to manage the farm. As soon as she came down in the morning to the scent of fresh coffee, they'd head to the barn. He showed her how to collect eggs from underneath the hens while he milked Mildred and Sally. He taught her how to churn butter, grind grain for flour, and bragged about his canning skills. The farm even influenced her studies. For her senior project, she sculpted, drew, and painted the fields, the broken fences, the golden wheat poking out of the snow, the long winter shadows thrown by the barn, with the animals grazing off in the distance. When spring came, John taught her about planting season. He'd dig his hands into the earth and let it trickle between his fingers until the moisture and consistency told him it was time. Then he tilled the soil with the tractor. The one-seater was a tight fit for two, but he let her sit on his lap for a while so she could see how it felt. Then she watched from the porch, wrapped up in his mother's shawl against the early season chill. Daffodils and tulips started popping out of the ground. Those days she mostly painted, but she discovered she liked other crafts, like knitting. She'd created a hat and mittens and a baby blanket for her cousin. Then she'd found the sewing machine in the cabin and brought it up to the farm. She mended his clothes, like the pair of jeans with the worn spot where his wallet rubbed in his pocket. She made a patchwork quilt, and they cuddled under it on the couch as they read or watched the news. Sometimes John played the guitar or read poetry. They read books by Robert Frost or Carl Sandburg. He'd use a pen to underline phrases or quotes he liked. He did the same in his family Bible. She loved every minute she spent with him, and also dreaded having to leave him at the end of every weekend. "How about I come down to see you?" he said one day as she was leaving. "You could, but you couldn't stay overnight at the house, so it would have to be a day trip." She didn't like the sound of that. Besides, we wouldn't be alone or have anywhere to go. "What about your parents?" he asked. "I can't believe I haven't met them yet." She still didn't know how to tell her family about him. She was positive they wouldn't be in love with the idea of their daughter falling in love with a farmer. So, she pretended to be studying when she really snuck away to Prairie Valley. "Maybe when they open the cabin," she said, trying to deflect the idea. It wasn't until Easter that her parents asked her to come back home for the weekend. "What do you mean, you're not coming home for Easter?" her mother scolded. "You might be able to see Richard at church. You could talk and maybe work things out." "I have too much work to do," she lied. The truth was, she was planning to spend Easter with the Boudreaux. John's parents had returned from Florida, and his brother was flying in for the weekend to meet her. This was a big deal. Yet, her parents had no idea. Her mother accepted her excuse, but a worry whittled away at her on her drive to the farm. What if her parents found out she was lying? And lying about a man she'd been seeing for months. But the second she walked in, Mrs. Boudreau extended her arms and gave Maggie a hug. "It's so good to see you again," Molly said. Her hair had been highlighted by the sun, her skin bronzed. Mr. Boudreau also looked sun-kissed, and just as happy to see her. "So you're the one who stole my brother's heart," Peter said, as soon as he walked through the door. "Do you know what you're getting yourself into with this one?" "Oh, stop that now," Molly said to her youngest, as the brothers razzed each other. "Why's the game not on?" Peter said, as he sat on the couch with a beer. "Come on, Maggie. Let's us girls look through some of my patterns, and you can take whatever you want." Molly had seen her projects and showed her the craft closet in the basement. "I have all my stuff down here if you ever need anything." Molly rooted through her supplies. She had hundreds of patterns and all different types of fabrics and vintage sewing machines. "Have you ever used a serger?" All her worries vanished as she stood in that basement with John's mother. That night, Peter slept in John's room, even though she protested. "I can sleep at the cabin." "You're our guest," John said to her. "At least stay for your Easter basket." "You guys still get Easter baskets?" He winked. The next morning, there were 3 woven baskets on the table, stuffed with the iconic plastic grass and small presents. "You know the drill," Molly said to the boys, as JJ sat at the table reading the paper. The 3 of them ran gleefully around the yard, hunting for eggs. By the time they were finished, a dog had 1, Peter 3, John 6, Maggie 9, and they couldn't find the last one. "We'll find it on the next warm day," JJ said, laughing at his grown children. "This is for you," Molly said to Maggie as she handed over the pink and purple basket. Inside, she found cross-stitching floss, hoops, and canvas. She couldn't believe Molly had been so thoughtful. "This is so nice." She peeked through the grass to find even more treats. "I thought maybe you could try this next. You could even do some of those landscapes John talks about." Maggie did love landscapes. When she returned to her dorm after the weekend, she painted the prettiest spot on the farm from memory. She finished the oil painting in a single day. She titled it "Hope on the Horizon." Like all things did, the semester came to an end, and her senior project was displayed at the school's art gallery. She invited John down for the day to see the exhibit. Her parents had planned to come the following day, but with all her guilt and worry, she finally decided it was time for them to meet. "Who is this John?" her mother asked over the phone. "He's the man who helped me up at the cabin the night of the snowstorm." The event had apparently made no impression on Joan Jensen. "Who?" "The family who let me stay with them during the storm, their son." "The farmers?" Now she realized the significance. Yes, they have a son a few years older than me, named John. "What does he do?" her mother asked. "Does he also go to school?" Maggie had been prepared for this moment. "He farms." "A farmer." Her voice was flat. "Yes, he grows soy mostly, but also—" "Margaret, have you thought about inviting Richard?" her mother interrupted. "We saw him at church over Easter. He said he still thinks of you." "I was thinking we could go for dinner after the art show," Maggie said, ignoring the question. "I'd also like to invite his family to my graduation party." "That's a family event. It's my graduation." She'd known this would be difficult, but she had just hoped that for once her mother would understand and support her, not just try to control her. But nothing about her relationship with her parents would ever be easy. The art show proved that. It started out perfect. John showed up at her dorm with flowers. Her sorority sisters oohed and awed at the bouquet, and Maggie introduced him to everyone. The girls seemed to like him as much as she did. "I'd let him till my soil," said one of the pledges. He did look mighty fine. He was dressed more formally than she'd ever seen him dress before, including a necktie. He looked uncomfortable, but well put together. "You look handsome," she said, kissing his cleanly shaven face. But as they drove to the gallery, her stomach twisted. John had no idea what he was getting himself into, what she was getting him into. Her parents stood near the entrance, both dressed in golf attire. Casual, but still managing to make a statement. Her mother gave John a stiff hug. Her father extended his hand. They remained uncomfortably silent until they reached Maggie's pieces. She watched for John's reaction when he first studied her paintings. She hadn't told him about the theme. "The lake!" He stood open-mouthed as he stared at her work, a huge canvas of the lake with the willow tree hanging over the water, the apple trees in full bloom, blossoms swirling in the wind and cascading to the ground. She had a timeline of sketches she had done over the weekends, through the winter and into spring. "It's beautiful." John's eyes moistened just slightly. "Is that a lake?" her mother asked. The Impressionist style was apparently too abstract for her. "Read the card, Joan," her father grunted, pointing. "Very nice," he said to Maggie in bland tones. She tried to push down her disappointment, tried to focus on John as he examined her pottery piece of wild grasses and birds swooping through the sky. Her heart swelled as John stood looking at her work, as if mesmerized. "It's amazing." "Richard!" Her mother called out, waving her arm in greeting. Oh no. There, walking towards her exhibit, was her ex. He leaned over and hugged her mother like they were long-lost friends. Her mother turned to John and introduced him. John, this is Margaret's good friend Richard. John reached out and shook his hand. Richard is attending Dartmouth in the fall, in New Hampshire. Oh wow, congratulations. John didn't see the maliciousness of the moment, but Maggie did. She saw both her parents' part in this charade, and she felt sick to her stomach. Richard leaned over and gave her a hug while whispering in her ear, I always knew you were talented. When no one mentioned dinner, she said goodbye to her parents after the show and walked back to John's truck. I thought we were supposed to have dinner. She shook her head. I don't think my parents wanted to. He put the keys into the ignition, but instead of turning the engine, he rolled down the window. So, I didn't impress then. Her stomach dropped because she didn't want him to feel bad, but she also didn't want to play games with him. My parents have expectations for me that were there long before I met you. And dating a farmer isn't in line with those expectations. She blew out a long breath before answering, Neither is a career as an artist. You would really be happy living on a farm for the rest of your life? He asked. His newfound doubts were tangible, and she had never been angrier with her parents than she was at that moment. The only reason John had any doubts was because of them. She leaned over and kissed him. I love you. I want to be wherever you are. But you know I love that farm. He cupped his hands under her chin, pulled her to him, and kissed her. And I love you, Maggie Jensen. I really do love you. The next Sunday, she showed up at the farm expecting things to be just the same, but there were piles of cut lumber and supplies stacked up on the driveway. What's all this? She asked John. Well, I was thinking I needed my own place. Your own place? She looked at the house. You're moving? He nodded. Above the barn. What? He took her up the steps to the barn loft. I thought this would be a nice place to live for the summer. The space was fully enclosed, but there was no insulation, and only 2 windows. There were cobwebs and mouse droppings everywhere. The whole place was dark and dusty. I'd like to open this up to a balcony, he pointed. She imagined the view from the other side of that barn wall, prairie fields for miles, and was instantly sold on the idea. I love it. Kids? She heard JJ call from below. Can you come on down here? As they headed down the steps, she could feel hope balloon inside her chest. John was making this space for their future. He wanted a future for them, together. As she stepped out of the barn, she saw her father standing next to his Ford sedan. He stood with his arms crossed next to JJ. Margaret, you need to come home right now, he said. She stopped dead. Dad, what are you doing here? His eyebrows furrowed as he looked at her. Your mother went to visit you, and your sorority friends told her you spend the weekends with your boyfriend. Her mouth dried up. She shot a look at John, who stood frozen beside her. You need to come to the cabin with me, right now. She stood there, mortified by her father's behavior. She didn't want to have this conversation in front of the Boudreaux, but she didn't know how to stop it. We just love having Maggie here with us, JJ said to her father. She stays in our guest room. She appreciated JJ's efforts to help her out, but her father was steaming mad, and nothing was going to change that. I'll see you later, she said to John. Do you want me to come? John asked, as they walked back to her car. Her father had already gone back to his own car. She shook her head. No, I need to talk to them alone. When she got to the cabin, her mother sat on the porch in the sun, a drink already in her hand. What do you think you're doing? her mother hissed. I did not raise my daughter to spend weekends sleeping at a man's house. I love him. She didn't wait for her mother to register this piece of information. I love him and I want to be with him. Don't you dare tell me you want to marry that farm boy. She didn't say anything. Oh, God, Jim. Her mother started to cry. You are a respectable young lady with a bright future. Don't throw everything away on some uneducated country bumpkin. She squeezed her hands together as her parents continued, knowing anything she said would go unheard. They didn't see how happy she was, or even want to see. They weren't happy, and they didn't want her to be happy. It was that simple. You are graduating next week, her mother exclaimed. You have your whole life ahead of you. Don't settle. So, it's okay to settle on Richard, but not on John, is that it? She asked, angry now. Farming is a hard life. Her father shook his head. We will not support you. She realized that she really didn't care. John will. Chapter 8. Brooks had never believed in the idea of love at first sight, and the concept of soulmates had always seemed pretty ridiculous to him. But after dropping Maggie off at the farm that night, under the stars, he was sure he was in love. He kissed her goodbye in the car, behind the tinted windows. He didn't need to cause more trouble than she already was in with her daughters. Maggie had stayed on for a whole week in Texas. They're going to kill me. He chuckled. They're just concerned. Would you like me to go in with you? Oh dear, you really don't understand. She kissed him one last time and got out. I'll see you tomorrow? Yes, that would be wonderful. She paused and said, I had a really amazing time. The way she looked at him made him take in a long breath, trying to regain his focus. An incredible time. She waved and went inside, leaving him in the middle of the driveway, feeling like he'd just lost his fairy tale princess. Was this why the prince traveled across the kingdom with a glass slipper? He had no trouble falling asleep back at the cabin. In fact, he didn't hear the kids until they were jumping on his bed. Grandpa! Tanner bounced beside his head. You promised to take me fishing. He looked at the clock, 7:30. Shoot. He sat up, rubbing the back of his neck. You guys! Sadie shouted from the hallway. She entered the room with the baby cradled against her chest. I'm so sorry, Dad. Tanner, get out of Grandpa's room. It's fine. I'm glad he woke me up. He put on his glasses, grabbed his robe, and led Tanner out of his room. Let me just get ready and we'll go, okay, buddy? Okay, Tanner ran back downstairs. So, how was your trip? Great. Mrs. Boudreau is really nice, isn't she? Sadie gave him a teasing smile. Yes, very nice. She's around your age. There it was. Yes. Well, at least I won't have to babysit her. He moaned as he walked into the bathroom. When he returned to the kitchen, Tanner and Kennedy stood at the counter, dressed in fishing outfits. I'm going to go now. Sadie kissed him on the cheek. Thank you so much, Daddy. Sure thing, baby girl. He looked at his 2 grandchildren, glad to be back, but missing Maggie. He looked down at Tanner. Can I invite a friend? Tanner tapped his finger on his chin, thinking about it. Then he shrugged. Sure. Thanks. He chuckled as he texted her. Come fishing. When she didn't respond right away, he wondered how her night had gone. Rosie, he guessed, was hopping mad. He had heard her over the phone whenever Maggie called home, which she did frequently throughout her time in Texas. If his children talked to him like that, he wouldn't have taken it well. But Maggie handled her daughter's behavior with good grace. He hoped everything was all right. He was about to dial her number when the phone started to ring. Good morning, he said, already feeling better. Tanner huffed in the background. Grandpa, I thought we were going fishing. Good morning. Her voice was cheery. So, what do you say? He asked, filling the coffee pot. I'm afraid I don't fish. Kennedy danced in the middle of the kitchen as Tanner stared at him. How about dinner? I actually have plans. That's too bad. His stomach dropped a little. Tomorrow? She asked. I'll bring my book. For dinner? She laughed. He really missed that sound. Sounds great. Tanner dramatically dropped his head onto his arms on the counter, groaning out his annoyance. I'll see you tomorrow. He couldn't wait. The long stretch of park had benches and walking paths, a white gazebo overlooking the water, and enough room to allow for more than 50 booths for the annual art fair. Maggie loved the art fair. After she got married, she often showed her landscapes, selling them for enough to pay for her supplies, never really caring to earn more. Then Georgie had been born, and she didn't really have the time for painting. She spent her creative time sewing baby clothes, knitting scarves and mittens, quilting blankets, and making curtains. But since visiting Brooks's ranch, she felt that urge to pick up her paints and get back into it, maybe even sell at the fair, again. That morning, she went to her basement crafting cabinet and pulled out her old supplies. Maybe she could take a watercolor or landscape course. She turned to Phil and asked, Isn't it free to take classes at state colleges at our age? Well, you have to audit, and it's usually not free, but yes, seniors get a reduced price. Reduced how far? She couldn't believe what a college education cost these days. You want to grab something to eat? Phil asked. They hadn't talked about her trip yet, but Maggie assumed they would, at some point. Their friendship had started many years ago, when Phil and his wife first joined the church. Maggie and John welcomed them to the farm and included them at their summer barbecues and other functions. Then Phil's wife, Clara, died of cancer. They stayed friendly, but it wasn't until their children got married that a deeper friendship budded. When he had the heart attack, Maggie went to visit him. Then she continued to check in with him, make sure he was taking care of himself. They'd had talks about losing their spouses to cancer. You thinking of taking some classes? He asked, slowing down at a booth of hand-carved pens. Maybe an art class. She strolled over to another display of homegrown honey. How was your trip? Phil finally asked. She could tell by his faux casual tone that the question had been weighing heavily on his mind. Wonderful. But she couldn't talk about it to Phil, even though she wished she could talk to someone about her amazing trip. So far, none of her family had had time for her. Olivia and Georgie were busy at work, Jessie up at the ranch. Rosie was still giving her the silent treatment. Annie ran around like crazy, ferrying kids to sports and other activities. She wanted to talk about Brooke's amazing place, the horseback ride that made her so sore she could barely walk afterwards. About the quaint town of Sweetheart and the soda shop Brooks took her to, how they sat out at night, looking at the stars, and how he snuck kisses throughout the day. She didn't think Phil was the kind of friend she could share this kind of news with. She'd just end up hurting his feelings. How was your week? It's been a horrible week, actually. Phil went on a rant about the committee he was in charge of at the church and about how Barbara Callahan did nothing but moan about the extra work. Then when I complain about it, I'm the one who's being selfish. Georgie goes through the same thing at the school. Maggie thought about all the extra hours her daughter put in, only to be asked to do more. They always ask too much of our teachers. By the time they reached a restaurant and sat down, he finally asked, "What were you doing in Texas?" She wondered if it was even the right time to tell Phil, after he'd had such a bad week and all. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Brooks approaching the table. "Maggie? Brooks!" She stood up and hugged him. "What are you doing here?" He gestured toward another table where his family were seated. Maggie waved at them, and they returned the gesture. "So this was your plans for tonight?" He looked over to Phil, who seemed concerned. "Yes, this is my friend, Phil Nelson." She smiled at Phil, then at Brooks. "Phil, this is Brooks Warner. You two met at the farm." She left out friend, or any kind of label, because she didn't quite know what Brooks was to her, and she wasn't quite sure how she felt about it all. "Yes." Brooks reached out his big hand, completely encompassing Phil's. Then, with that Texas drawl, he said, "Nice to see you again." Phil sat up a bit straighter and played with his table setting, rearranging the fork, knife, napkin, and glass as he avoided eye contact with Brooks. "Nice to see you, too." Brooks eyed the two of them, then said, "Well, I guess I'll leave you two be. Tomorrow, then?" Maggie almost blurted out that she and Phil were just having a friendly dinner, but stopped herself. It would only make Phil more uncomfortable, and probably Brooks as well. But she smiled at him again. "It's always great to see you." "You too." Brooks nodded at Phil and headed back to his table. Did she detect a hint of jealousy from Brooks? There was no question about Phil as he peppered her with questions. "Who is this Brooks guy? What do you mean, you went away with him? You stayed with him in Texas all week?" Phil was even worse than Rosie. "What does he do?" She turned her head and shot him an exasperated look. Phil adjusted his seatbelt, then played with the window button, checked the locks, and finally said, "I just thought that maybe, over time." Her heart dropped. "Phil, you are a dear, dear friend." "Ah, I think this is called letting me down gently." "Yes," she said bluntly. "I adore our friendship, but if you're uncomfortable with this—" "You'll break up with him?" he blurted out. "No," she paused. "We won't have to see each other as much." He looked away, rubbing his hands against his pant leg. "I see." She didn't want to hurt his feelings, but he was her friend, and she would always be honest with her friends. When he dropped her off, she waved a goodbye and left without adding any more to the conversation. She'd wait for him to reach out, and if he didn't, she'd give him space. But Brooks was going to be in her life, whether Phil liked it or not. His brother would call him a jackass for being jealous of an old, retired pastor who probably weighed 130 pounds soaking wet. His brother would also call him an idiot for not calling her back the next morning or replying to her texts. His brother would also tell him to just forget about her, just like he'd done with Kate. Why had this dinner with Phil gotten so far under his skin? Maggie didn't belong to him. In fact, Phil had rated the label of friend, but he apparently did not. Her last text had been, "Can't wait to see you. Always, Maggie," but he couldn't shake his funk. By lunchtime, he'd dragged himself off the couch and onto the back deck with another cup of coffee. He realized he'd lost track of time when he heard a car door slam, probably Sadie dropping off the kids again. He wouldn't be able to hide for long. When he heard the doorbell, he looked in through the sliding glass door and out the front picture window. Maggie's pickup sat in the driveway. He felt foolish for not texting her back. He went straight to the door, feeling like the idiot that he was. "Oh, good. You're alive," she said. "I'm sorry." "Well, I always say it's important to check on your neighbors," she said, backing away from the door. "Just wanted to make sure you were okay." Then, his affection for her overtook his foolishness. He went down the front steps. "Look, Maggie, I really like you," he said, then gestured between them. "But I'm not really sure what this is." She folded her arms across her chest and tilted her head. Phil is my friend. She was annoyed and doing nothing to hide the fact. Honestly, this is all new to me, and I'm not into playing games. I should have texted you back. Please come in. So many women he'd dated had pestered him about the status of their relationship, and here he was, doing the same with Maggie. I'm really sorry. Won't you give an old cowboy a second chance? He took her hands into his. I guess I can manage that. She wrapped her arms around his waist. But don't push your luck. He took off his baseball cap before leaning over to kiss her. Chapter 9. Maggie quickly fell into a new routine with Brooks in her life. She wasn't an old dog after all. In fact, she felt years younger. Each morning, she woke up to her normal routine with the kids. But as soon as everyone had gone off to work and Hannah came over to watch May, Maggie was out the door. Sometimes they met by the river and walked along the trail over the bridge. Sometimes they met at the diner for a huge Texan breakfast. Instead of cheesy grits, he ordered oatmeal, though he grumbled over it, and the fake maple syrup. We raise corn, not maples, she grumbled back to him, defending her state's use of corn syrup over the real stuff he shipped in from Vermont or New Hampshire. They bantered and sniped playfully at each other, but between quips, he'd do something so sweet that it'd catch her breath, like reaching across the table to take her hand, or telling her how beautiful she looked, or how happy he was, just sitting there with her. For an old cowboy, he was much more in tune with his feelings than she expected. Today, Brooks picked her up and said, I have no plan. All the better. She clicked her seatbelt in place and set her purse on the floor. He pulled onto County Road 95 and tuned the radio to a country music station, putting his arm across her shoulder. She slowly nestled into his embrace. I do love a drive, don't you? Brooks asked, squeezing her closer against him. I sure do. Years ago, she wouldn't have agreed. There was always too much to do at the farm to just drive around, but at this point in her life, when time was most precious, she couldn't think of a better idea. You should take the next right. We can stop in Taylor's Falls. Brooks did as she said, and they went over the bridge to the Wisconsin side. Memories of picnics and family walks along the river bluffs. John loved it here. They paid the fee, and Brooks parked the truck. Let me show you the falls, she said. He hesitated. What kind of hike are we talking about here? A nice gravel path. She reached for the door handle. Don't you dare get out. He shook his head at her, grabbing his hat and slapping it on as he stepped down. He tried to run around the front, but Maggie wasn't having men open doors for her, no matter how old she was. This way, she said, pointing to the wooden trail sign. They walked toward a picnic area, and she could see families sharing the spot near the water's edge. Kids splashed in the water. We call them river rats, she told him with a smile. Were you ever a river rat? We weren't, really, she said. All we had was a canoe. Brooks took her hand. If I ever lived here, I'd definitely get a boat. There's just so much water to enjoy. Maggie thought about the river, thought about John trying to fish and complaining about the speedboats breaking the waves and ruining his chances. Boats were noisy and disruptive. The people who owned them left trash behind on the islands and the shore. A lot of them drank, which made John nervous. I always thought a real boat would be fun, she said. Let's go rent one and take all the kids out. We'd need one heck of a boat. Well, I'm not talking about a dinghy on the lake. I'm talking about a real boat. Maggie invited him in to eat with Hannah and her great-grandbaby. If he was honest, the thought freaked him out a bit. He didn't want his grandbabies having babies. Yes, Maggie had started her family much earlier than him, but still. Great-granddaddies were downright ancient. and he already felt old enough as it was. Every time he moved, he had to think 2 steps ahead. Getting out of a car, lifting himself off the toilet, getting into the flipping shower, all had to be approached with caution. Lord help him, he was positively geriatric. "Come to lunch." She patted his thigh. "I have some things to do before I leave." He kept bringing up the time with Maggie, trying to gauge her feelings about returning to Texas with him. The kids were going back to school, and Sadie was becoming more confident. Colder nights were settling in, and a 3-season cabin in Minnesota really only meant summer. His time here was coming to an end, and Maggie didn't seem to care. "You should invite your friend, Pastor Phil, on the boat trip tomorrow." They had invited the Gunderson and Boudreau clans, plus Hannah, Jake, and Emma, who were honorary family if not blood relations. Why not include the pastor, too? Maggie shook her head. "No, I don't think that's a good idea." He didn't want to pry, but the comment unsettled him. He had his suspicions about the family pastor who enjoyed going with Maggie to craft shows. He could guarantee that Phil enjoyed more than just viewing the local art. But whenever he speculated, Maggie shot him down. "I thought he was an old family friend?" He acted nonchalant, as though he wasn't prying, but Maggie cocked her head. God, she could see right through him. "When should we meet you at the boat tomorrow?" She completely ignored his question, which ruffled his feathers. "There's plenty of room," he said. She huffed and turned in her seat. "Is there something you want to say?" "Nope," he said. But then, like a stupid, jealous kid, he just couldn't let it go. "Well, I just think it's strange that you don't want to invite your friend." "I think it's strange that you're pushing it so hard." "You say he's your friend." "Brooks!" He held up his hands in surrender. He knew he was being a jerk. "Okay, I'll drop it. If you want to go steady, you have to get me a ring." She was clearly joking, trying to lighten the mood, but he suddenly wished that's what he had done, instead of acting out. "What if I did get you a ring?" he asked, keeping his tone light. She leaned against him again. "Copper turns my finger green." He wrapped his arm around her, wishing he had enough guts to just get down right then and there and close the deal. He was a businessman who took risks, and won. Why did this petite great-grandmother unsettle him so much? "Come have lunch with the kids," she said again. He shook his head. "I do have some stuff I need to figure out before tomorrow." She went for the door handle, but he reached across her seat and placed his hand on hers. "Please, let me get the door, just this once." She shook her head, as if she couldn't understand why he wanted to treat her like a queen. "Oh, all right, if it means that much to you." He kissed her, and she put a hand on his cheek, smiling at him with that look of hers that made him feel completely alive. "I don't want you to leave," she said. There it was. "You know I can't stay." "Why can't you just come back? And stay with my daughter?" He shook his head. "You could stay with my family. They have plenty of room." "I want to stay with you at my own home." He paused. "Would you come to the ranch?" Her forehead wrinkled. "Oh, I couldn't do that unless a man was willing to go steady." He didn't say any more, because he thought Maggie would fall in love with the idea of living on a big, beautiful ranch. Most women jumped at what he offered. They didn't dither over staying on at an old farm with a passel of grandchildren. He could find a place to stay, he supposed, but to live here through a Minnesota winter? He thought not. And marriage? Was he ready for something like that? "I'll see you tomorrow, then," he said, kissing her one last time. He jumped out of the truck and crossed over to her door, then walked her up to the house. He looked around the farm, out to the fields ready to be harvested. Maggie's family's blood was in that dirt. How could he ask her to leave? But would he want this to be a part of his life? Could he give up his own? Texas wasn't just a location, but his way of life. His family, his friends, his land, his whole life. Minnesota had been a good distraction, but he didn't think he could stay there for good. But as he left Maggie and got into his truck, watching her wave goodbye while holding a giggling grandbaby in her arms, he knew she felt the exact same way about her farm as he did his. She wasn't going to leave her life in Minnesota behind. Maggie didn't want to think about Brooks leaving, because then it would be over. Over before it really even got started. He would go back to Texas. She would go back to being alone, traveling through one day to get to the next one, over and over again. Not like it was with Brooks. Could she leave? She'd almost said yes, but her rational side had won out, and thank God, too. Texas? Really? She knew no one there. She had been born and raised in Minnesota, had lived there her whole life, raised her own family there. She was an old dog, after all. The night went as usual. Olivia and Jessie swooped through, ate dinner, did things around the house. The other girls were busy. She retreated to her room, trying to read, but unable to comprehend a word. She wanted to go to Texas. She didn't want to sit around waiting for life to end. She'd never get a chance like this again. Her family really didn't need her anymore. Her daughters had wonderful families of their own, grandchildren of their own. When the sun rose in the morning, Maggie got up and headed to the grocery store. She'd tell Brooks that night, after the boat trip, that she would go with him. There was no reason she couldn't come back to visit, after all. "Morning, Timmy," she said as she grabbed a cart. "Good morning, Mrs. Boudreau," Tim Hooley mumbled through a bite of donut, doing what he did best at his father's grocery store. Nothing. She pushed her cart down the aisles on an early morning mission. "Maggie!" Phil waved from the deli. "Phil? What are you doing?" he asked, then slapped his forehead. "Well, obviously you're shopping, it's just one of the girls usually does it." It was true. Her daughters had started doing it for her when they moved back to town. A chore she had gladly passed on after years of shopping for the family. "I'm getting stuff for a boat ride on the river today?" "Really?" His interest was piqued. She hesitated for just a split second. She didn't want to hurt Phil's feelings, but she needed to be honest with her friend. "Brooks invited us out today." His mouth dropped open, and then he slowly nodded. "Great day to be out on the water." 12! A woman called out from behind the counter. Phil held up a paper ticket and raised his hand. "That's me." He waved at Maggie, but she could see the pain in his eyes. The exclusion had hurt him. "Phil. I'll see you later." He stepped up to the counter, breaking eye contact. If anyone else had seen the interaction, they would not have noticed the strain between the two friends. But from the way Phil looked at her, she knew Brooks was right. He did feel something much more than friendship for her. The rest of the day went by in a blur. The whole family gathered at the farm and then drove over to the marina. "You rented the Andiamo?" "Seems like a strange name for a riverboat," Brooks said. The red and white paddle boat had been a fixture on the St. Croix River for as long as Maggie could remember. Yet, after all this time, she had only been on it once. "I'd have to rent a cruise ship to fit both our families," Brooks said, shaking Sam's hand. She noticed the hour. She knew he didn't mean anything more than the two families combined, but Sadie was a doll, and her children and husband were great. His younger son, Bobby, had been cute, and she enjoyed meeting him, but there had hardly been enough time to really get to know him. And Brooks had 3 other children, too, and their families. Where did she fit in with all of that? All the kids ran onto the boat, and Maggie's mind reeled at the sheer expense of it all. She lagged behind, letting everyone say hello to Brooks. He welcomed them with open arms and that dang Stetson. Why did he always have to look so handsome? "I thought I told you not to worry about food." He gestured to the cooler she pulled behind her. My grandchildren will eat this whole place up. This is really nice of you. It's my pleasure, he said, and placed his hand on the small of her back, taking the cooler from her and leading her down the plank to the boat. The captain shook Brooks's hand. Mr. Warner, welcome to the Andiamo. Chapter 10. For his last weekend together, Maggie had planned their adventure. She would take him to the cities. She insisted that Brooks dress casually, for walking. As she packed a suitcase, she heard a knock on the sliding glass door that led to her little patio. You're going to the cities? Annie? Maggie wasn't expecting her middle child, and especially not at the patio door. What are you doing? I know it's none of my business, but don't say it. It's just that I was talking to Phil, and he's so sad. You're right, Maggie said shortly. Right about what? Maggie went back to packing. It's none of your business. Mama, you know I have your best interests at heart. Annie had been her wild child who had ripped off to Nashville and been a traveling musician for years. It's just, I thought you and Phil were getting along so well. Annie, I've been really lonely for a really long time. Brooks is the first person I've felt a real connection to, a connection beyond just friendship since I lost your father. Annie just watched her pack for a while. Then she said, I want you to be happy, but how does that work with a guy who lives in Texas? Maggie ended the conversation right there and then, because she didn't want to lie, but she couldn't tell Annie the whole truth, because she just didn't know. Brooks talked about Texas on the drive, and she thought about how very far away it was. How serious could this all be when he was leaving for his beloved state on the other end of the country? She tried to focus on today, on her adventure with Brooks, not on a future that wasn't even guaranteed. John hadn't minded walking around museums and art galleries. In fact, he liked to talk about the paintings and sculptures with her. She'd mostly discuss the technique and style, whereas he had more of a layman's perspective. He'd stroll the same way he did in the fields, hands behind his back, head tilted, staying quiet until he had something to say. Brooks, too, was quiet as they wandered through the halls of the Walker Art Museum. What do you think? She asked, as they stood in front of Andy Warhol's self-portrait, not sure what to expect. I prefer art that stirs my emotions. He narrowed his eyes. It's definitely playful, typical Warhol, but I don't feel anything for it. I think by the 80s, his art had been eclipsed by his celebrity status. Not that he didn't have innovative pieces, but not this one, at least not for me. She looked at the 3 photographs of Warhol dressed in drag, then back at the cowboy. You know your art. At first, the art was just a status thing, but then I started really getting into it. He laughed. The Fine Arts Museum in Houston has an excellent collection of Frederick Remington, but there's this one oil titled Passing, and I swear it's me, looking out at the world. It brings tears to my eyes every time I see it. She smiled at Brooks as he continued talking. He was nothing like she thought he'd be when she first met him. He was thoughtful and intelligent, and a complete gentleman. He never pressured her, and always spoiled her. Not that John hadn't been a romantic, he'd been a man who loved with his whole soul. But John Boudreau was not a showy man. She wondered if that was part of her attraction to Brooks. She didn't want to be reminded of what she'd lost. She needed to move forward, and she'd never thought she would. After John died, the girls had needed her more than ever. Georgie's marriage fell apart, Annie was lost, and Rosie needed to grow up. Brooks came in at just the right moment in her life. She had to admit, it was nice to sit down at her favorite restaurant on Lake Street with a man who didn't bat an eye. John wouldn't have been comfortable. The trendy neighborhood was a busy mix of different cultures. Maggie loved the pulse of the city, but John didn't care for the noisy bustle. The Vietnamese menu would have been well out of his comfort zone, too. Foreign languages left him feeling isolated, even if it was just in a restaurant setting. "What do you recommend?" Brooks asked, looking at the menu. "Start with the egg rolls. Then there's this amazing dish called bun cha." He closed the menu. "How about a drink?" She laughed. "It'll make me sleepy." She wondered if her age bothered a man like Brooks, who was used to dating much younger women who didn't need an afternoon nap. The night before, he'd invited her over to his place to watch a movie, and they both fell asleep on the couch. At 8:30. Not exactly a hot date. Rosie so badly wanted to ask if we'd slept together, she laughed. They hadn't, and she wondered if that bothered Brooks. He'd booked 2 rooms, hadn't even asked if she wanted to share. Maybe this was just some golden age friendship to him. Gosh, she hoped not. He raised an eyebrow. "My children probably assume I have, and wouldn't even bother asking." Something about the idea of Brooks sleeping with younger women made her suddenly self-conscious. Was he just being a gentleman, or was he not physically attracted to a woman as old as she was? Sadie still couldn't believe he wasn't dating a 20-something bimbo. Nope, just a wrinkling, saggy, gray-haired great-grandma. The server came and Brooks ordered, even carrying on a conversation about the history of the restaurant with the server. He was so comfortable in his own skin, able to talk to anybody, be anywhere without a worry, charm anyone. Why was he with her? "Thank you for today," she said. "This was fun," he said with a smile, taking her hand. "My father used to work in a building downtown, and I'd explore the city when I was a teenager." She looked around the dainty little restaurant. "I remember feeling so grown up and free." "How did you end up in Prairie Valley?" "I met John, and as they say, the rest is history." She smiled, but then all that new anxiety made her pull her hand slowly away. "So, what time are you headed back to Texas?" "Ready to get rid of me?" he teased. "No." She hadn't had this kind of conversation in years. Gosh, she actually felt sick to her stomach. "Actually, I was thinking about maybe visiting your ranch again." He looked up, and she was sure she saw a grimace. She felt suddenly ridiculous. Then he flabbergasted her by saying, "I was actually hoping we could head to Paris." He pulled out his phone and showed her the screen. There, in front of her, was a receipt for 2 first-class tickets to Charles de Gaulle. She covered her mouth. "Brooks, this is too much." "Why?" He looked confused. "I want to go to Paris and visit some museums, and I want you to join me." Something about being with Maggie made him feel like a kid again. Dating younger women had its perks, but there was always a distance there. He and Maggie could talk about anything, because they were contemporaries. Growing up, they'd watch the same television shows, listen to the same music, experience the same culture. Plus, she made him think. He found out that he loved learning about art, how to appreciate the subtleties of tones and strokes, and how they could evoke a mood. Whereas previously he had dismissed all abstract art as childish scribblings. After dinner, they walked around the lake, then drove to the theater, which reminded him of some of the old theaters in Houston, Dallas, and Austin. He enjoyed chatting with the friendly Minnesotans, but he enjoyed teasing Maggie about the distinctive accent even more. "You think I sound funny?" Maggie huffed when he ribbed her as they drove to the hotel. "You always ask me to come with," he said, raising his voice on the preposition. "You have a problem with that?" She crossed her arms and gave him a mock, exasperated look. "Well, most people finish a sentence with the subject." He grinned at her. "So, y'all come here now is the proper English?" Her eyebrows shot up. "Well, bless your heart." He hooted as they pulled into the valet parking. "There's a spot over there." She pointed to an empty space near the side of the hotel. "Valet is fine." John would never go for valet parking, she said, unbuckling her seatbelt. Not that we could afford it anyways, but he'd never pay extra for something he could do himself. Brooks didn't talk about money, but he was sure Maggie knew he was very well off. Through pure luck and determination, Brooks carried more zeros in his bank account than he could believe himself. But that fact didn't seem to make much of an impression on Maggie. He took her hand as they walked through the lobby. Her phone rattled again in her purse. Sounds like your daughters really want to make sure you're still alive. It's Phil. Oh. I should probably call him back when I get upstairs. She yawned. Tonight was fun. He would be lying if he said he didn't wish she wanted to stay up a bit longer. With him. How about a nightcap? She smiled but shook her head. I've had such a lovely day, but I'm exhausted. He was too. But the idea of her talking to Phil before bed bothered him a lot. Why do you have to call him back? Her face went from sleepily happy to sudden miffed. Is that really any of your business? He knew he sounded like a donkey, but he couldn't help himself. I took you to the city, asked you to go to Paris with me, and you're still going to your room to have a late-night call with another man? The elevator doors opened, and she stood frozen. I think I'll take the next one. He turned toward her, but she didn't look at him. He held the doors. He was such an idiot, but he couldn't seem to help himself. Don't you want to get to your room to talk to Phil? Good night, Brooks. She turned around and walked straight to the concierge desk. Maggie, I'm sorry. She didn't slow down. In fact, she walked with greater determination. Excuse me, would you mind putting the room I'm staying in on my credit card and return the funds to Mr. Warner's? I'm sorry, ma'am. The room was already paid for. The kid working the night shift didn't understand what she was doing, but Brooks did. Then I'd like to pay for another room. Is there something wrong with the room? Maggie, please. I'm really sorry. Brooks couldn't believe his ego had just ruined one of the best nights he'd had in a long time. I just thought you liked me as much as I like you. The kid behind the counter interrupted. There are 2 rooms available. I'll take one. No, she won't, he barked. You can't speak for me. Maggie, give an old man a break. He took in a deep breath. I like you, a lot. I've been daydreaming about you like a teenager ever since I met you. I just got jealous at the idea of you talking to Phil. He's a friend. Maggie, how do you feel about me? You know how I feel. No, I don't. He shook his head. You hold your cards close, so close, I get spooked when you're hurrying back to your room to call Phil. So your acting like a fool is my fault? She narrowed her eyes. And I wasn't hurrying to my room. I love you. He didn't think, he just said it. What? Her mouth dropped open. Ma'am, do you still want that room? The kid asked. Look, Maggie. He walked over and took her hands in his. I never really believed in love, and my track record isn't great. But I know I love you, and I guess I just have to deal with that. Do you feel the same? She didn't answer at first, then looked at the kid. I won't be needing that room after all. She tugged his hand, and they walked to the elevator. Let's have that drink. Paris, Olivia clasped her hands against her chest. That's amazing, Nana. Jessie looked nervous. Have you told anyone else? Maggie shook her head. But we've fallen in love. This is happening no matter what Rosie or Georgie might think about it. That's so romantic. I can't believe you're just flying off to Paris. And why not? I'm not dead yet, Maggie snapped. Nana, stop that. Olivia made a frowny face. Where are you guys going to stay? As usual with Brooks, she had no idea about the details. I'm not entirely sure. What are you going to do when he leaves for Texas? Another question Maggie didn't know the answer to. Brooks had begged her to come to Texas. She hadn't made any decisions. Do a lot of crosswords, she said dryly, but her heart already hurt just thinking about him going away. Would you go to Texas to visit? When Olivia was born, her first granddaughter, she never had felt more love for life than in that moment. Her beautiful baby girl having a beautiful baby girl. Maggie had always felt a deep connection to her first grandchild. She could read Maggie better than anyone in the family. As a little girl, Olivia had trailed behind Maggie every time she came to the farm. As a teenager, she became Olivia's confidant. She'd remembered all too well what it was like to be at odds with your parents. Is this getting serious? Olivia asked now. I'm not sure. Olivia and Jessie looked at each other. Nana, what do you mean? I'm not rushing into anything, but I'm certainly not getting any younger. Brooks is from Texas and has family down there. She shrugged. Olivia went quiet, and Maggie bustled around the kitchen, grabbing a coffee mug and going through the motions of pouring her coffee. I'm happy for you, Olivia said finally, and came over to wrap her arms around Maggie. Olivia always gave the best hugs. You do whatever will make you happiest. Chapter 11. Maggie walked the fields and broadcast the seeds she carried in her pocket. It was a routine she'd followed for many years. She'd started with sunflower seeds mostly, as a way to attract birds, but now she included wildflowers like daisies, lupines, coneheads, and black-eyed Susans. They'd pop up randomly throughout the spring and summer, and she loved it. She'd started this when she and John had lived in the farmhouse for a few years, and she felt comfortable enough to do just what she wanted to do. JJ didn't like to do anything to attract the birds and rodents who like to eat their gardens and crops, as well as her seeds. Her mind spun over the events of the past few months. She had never expected a whirlwind romance at 70 years old. Brooks loved her, and everything felt different. Everything. What would they do now? If she moved to Texas, she'd be without her daughters and grandkids. Would she ever be able to really come back to the farm again? What would happen to the bed where she'd slept with John for decades? She turned on the path to look back at the roof lines of the house and barn. The weather vane was still in the late summer sun. That was the view she would miss the most. Could she give all this up? Brooks's sprawling ranch would have as many beautiful views, but none of them contained the memories of her life, like exploring the fields with John, running after her girls, or the million other memories of living on the farm. She'd never questioned her decision to go with John, because she was convinced he wanted to be with her, to protect her, and love her for the rest of his life. And he had. She had got her happy ending. Would the good Lord give her a second chance at happiness? She was so blessed already. By the time she walked back to the house, her mind was made up. She would have to call off this ridiculousness with Brooks. They'd had a nice thing, a really wonderful fling. It had been fun. But it wasn't reality. Her life was here, with her children, with friends like Phil. How could she miss all the holidays, birthdays, and so much more? How many people had their whole family around them at the end of their lives? Her parents certainly hadn't. Maggie's father died of a heart attack a few years after she got married. She'd gone to the funeral, and her mother had thanked her for coming, but didn't speak to her again. Maggie tried to bring the children to the house a few times, but her mother never answered the door and never spoke over the phone. Eventually, she heard her mother had been placed in a nursing home. She had gone to visit once, but she had eventually died in her sleep, alone, just the way she wanted. She had never met her grandchildren, the 3 girls who made Maggie the person she was today. The 3 girls who could have been everything to her mother. Maggie may not have been the best daughter, but she was the best mother, and she couldn't leave them. With a few cut flowers in hand, she walked back to the house thinking about making dinner. Then she saw Brooks on her private patio, sitting in one of her rocking chairs. "Hello, you," she said, feeling the rush she got every time he looked at her with those sky-blue eyes. "Hello, you." He winked and stood up, ambling toward her. "I thought you had some stuff to do this morning." She had to tell him her feelings, tell him they needed to cool things down, that Paris wasn't a good idea. But then he swept off his hat, pulled her to him, and kissed her, and she completely forgot what she was going to say. As soon as he left Maggie at the farm, he drove straight over to Rosie's house. He'd called each of her daughters, and Rosie would be the first one he visited. He wanted to ask their permission before he asked Maggie to marry him. Rosie opened the door with a baby in her arms, and her husband Ryan standing behind her. Her 4 boys were playing in the driveway. That's a familiar sound. He laughed to himself as he reached out his hand to her. "I have 4 boys myself." He then shook Ryan's hand. "Thank you for letting me stop by." "How many children do you have?" Rosie asked. 5, but the last 2 were twins. We went from a normal-sized family to being overrun with children overnight," he joked, but she didn't even crack a smile. Ryan said, "Why don't you come in, and I'll get you a cup of coffee." Brooks removed his hat and nodded. "That would be great." He looked around the ranch-style house. It was the kind of house he'd expect to see in Texas rather than in the middle of some Minnesota cornfields. But this was a working ranch. His was more for fun. He followed them into the kitchen, and Ryan gestured toward the table. "Mind sitting outside?" Rosie asked, as she placed the baby in a playpen set out on the patio. He looked out the back door at the rolling hills of wild grasses with sprinklings of wild flowers. A bird swooped down from the sky to perch on a flower stalk. "Not at all. Quite a beautiful spot you have here. Is there a particular reason you stopped by?" "Maybe you should sit first." He now wasn't sure if this was a great idea. The stories he'd heard about Maggie's youngest daughter made him nervous. "Let's hear it." "I have enjoyed my time getting to know your mother." Ryan grimaced, and he could hear how that might have sounded to her daughter, so he quickly said, "I mean, I've fallen in love with her, and I'd like to have your permission." "Permission for what?" She looked confused, but when he didn't answer, her expression turned to shock. "For your mother's hand in marriage." She shot a look at Ryan, then got up from her chair, walking away from the table. He wasn't sure how to read that one. Sadie had practically cried when he talked about his idea on the phone. He waited for some kind of reaction, or for her to start yelling or crying. "Should I?" Brooks jabbed his thumb behind him, indicating the exit. Ryan shook his head. "No, man. She's just trying to process this. She knows it's what's best for Maggie. This has nothing to do with you." Ryan, who looked like he was close to his oldest son's age, used his cane to get out of his seat and headed over to the edge of the patio, where Rosie stood looking out at the prairie. Brooks tried as hard as he could to hear what was being said between them, but he refused to wear hearing aids, and his ears just weren't up to the job. He blew out a long breath and was about to take a sip of his coffee when something bounced off the table. He turned just as an orange and blue foam pellet hit him right between the eyes. A small, grinning figure ran off inside the house. The boy's parents didn't seem to notice the ambush, so he went back inside and found a Nerf gun, along with dozens of foam bullets, sitting on the kitchen table. He took a handful of ammo, loaded the gun, stuffed the extras into his pocket, and slowly crept to the most likely place for the young boys to be hiding, behind the couch. Just as he looked around the corner, orange darts sped past his head, but as soon as there was a lag, Brooks jumped out and shouted, "I gotcha!" He aimed over the tops of their heads, sending them back down behind the couch, squealing and holding up their now empty guns. "Boys, leave Mr. Warner alone," Rosie yelled out. She stood in the doorway, hands on her hips, and Brooks suddenly felt foolish. "Sorry, Rosie. I sort of got them going," he said, winking at the boys. "That's real good of you, Brooks, but they shot first." Oh, maybe she'd been paying attention. "Should we have that cup of coffee?" She smiled a bit sadly, gesturing toward the patio. He nodded and handed his gun over to the smallest of the boys. "That sounds good." Maggie wondered if inviting the whole family to dinner with Brooks again was a good idea. "You okay?" he whispered, as Rosie and Ryan came walking up the drive. He squeezed her hand. "I'm nervous." Annie came right over and gave Brooks a big hug, which alleviated some of the stress. "It's so nice to see you." "Thank you." Brooks gave her a smile. When Annie started talking to Olivia, he winked and said, "I told you everyone would be fine." Maggie wasn't so sure. Sadie arrived with the kids. His usually put-together Southern girl looked frazzled. Maggie reached out and took the baby from her arms. "Thank you, Maggie," Sadie said. "Tanner and Kennedy, make sure you don't ruin those clothes." Georgie and Sam were the next to arrive, and the whole backyard was bustling with activity. Children running around, dogs chasing after them, the men by the barbecue, the women sitting around the picnic tables set up for dinner. "How was Minneapolis?" Sadie asked. Rosie's eyes flickered to Maggie when she answered. "It was absolutely wonderful." Sadie smiled. "My dad said you took him to a really good restaurant in Uptown." "I did." "You mean the one on Lake Street?" Rosie asked. "Yes, that one. Then we went to the Walker and strolled around the lake." "My dad strolled around a lake?" Sadie laughed. "I heard you're going to Paris." Rosie kept her eyes on Maggie, waiting for her to answer. "Yes, in a couple of weeks." She hadn't told Brooks to keep it a secret, but she wondered if he'd told everything. "My dad is not the kind of guy who usually whisks women away to Paris." Sadie shook her head. "Steak, potatoes, maybe a piece of lettuce. That's my dad's kind of dinner." That's when Maggie finally saw a glimmer of a smile from Rosie. All her nerves suddenly disappeared, and that swelling, joyful feeling she felt when she was with Brooks came back. "Should we prod the men to get those steaks done before we all starve?" Brooks was talking loudly, laughing, telling Texas tales, as Sadie called them. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. After dinner, the men were about to retreat to the other end of the property to inspect the soy fields when Brooks asked them all to stay put. "If you don't mind, I would like to say something." Rosie's face dropped, while Olivia started clapping quietly and beaming from the back of the crowd. She gave Maggie a thumbs up. "Just hold up a minute." He pulled something out of his pocket. Against the glimmer of the setting sun, she saw a ring with a jewel so big it looked fake. She gasped. "Maggie Boudreau, if I could get down on one knee, I would, but please don't make an old cowboy do that." Her hand covered her mouth. "Brooks, are you—" "I've already asked your daughter's permission to ask you for your hand in marriage." She looked out at her 3 daughters, then at Olivia and Hannah, her son-in-laws and grandchildren. She had so much. She was already too lucky. Something had to give. But before she could dwell another moment on her doubts, her mouth popped open of its own accord, and her answer rolled off her tongue. "Yes!" She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, and everyone started whooping and hollering. Chapter 12. They hadn't officially agreed to elope, but Maggie had no doubt that Brooks wanted to make her his wife without the hullabaloo associated with a big wedding. That night, after everyone left the farm, Brooks sat next to her in a rocking chair, looking up at the sky. "How about we get married in Paris?" he asked. She didn't even hesitate. "Let's do it. Right there on the Eiffel Tower." His Texas drawl made her laugh. Yes. I can fly everyone out, he said, or we could just do it quietly. There is no need for secrets, she said. She would not leave out her daughters. Then, where will we live? She asked seriously. I guess staying here at my granddaughter's place with her family isn't what you're looking for. Maggie, if that's where you want to be, he said. I know how much your farm means to you. Yes. She did love that farm, but maybe she had loved it enough. But I guess missing a Minnesota winter doesn't sound so bad. She had lived there for 50 years. Once May was born, she'd continued to live with Jessie and Olivia, mostly because she was afraid to move on. They always made her feel welcome, but she sometimes felt as though she was in the way, a worry for everyone. Or worse, an obligation, especially after the stroke. It was no longer her and John's home. Yes, it would always mean something to her, but she didn't need to die there. What are those people called when they go from north to south? She asked. Snowbirds. He shot her a look. I do love these lakes of yours. She leaned into him, kissing him softly on the lips, slipping into the crook of his arm. Her whole body buzzed at his embrace. I can't wait to be your husband, he said, kissing her again. Maggie Boudreau was getting married. Second chances, last chances, whatever chances, she was getting married. When he left, she sat up all night thinking about what life would be like with Brooks. She had no idea what he really did. Yes, he was in the oil business, but what did that mean exactly? And what did ranching have to do with any of it? His lifestyle was so terribly different from hers. The business, the events, the money. It was all foreign to Maggie. Where did he go to church or buy his groceries? Did they have something like Cub Foods in Texas, or was he more of a Kowalski's Markets kind of guy? Or did he just have someone else do his shopping? What was his daily life really like when he wasn't trying to romance someone? When the sun rose and she heard Olivia and May coming down the back stairs, she went out and met them in the kitchen. Did we wake you? Olivia asked. Her hair was tousled and hanging in her face, her eyes squinting. Let me take the baby and you get some sleep, Maggie said. Olivia didn't say a thing, just handed off the sleepy toddler and went right back up the steps. Well, baby girl, what should we do first? Maggie went straight to the fridge, grabbing the fresh milk from Annie's farm and pouring it into a mug. She'd warm it up for May, just like she had for Olivia, and like she had for Georgie before that. How time flew. May sipped her milk in her high chair as Maggie sipped her coffee. I think I need to talk to Phil, Maggie said to May. May raised both hands, waving her sippy cup. Pill, she yelled. Paris sounds real nice, but I think I should have something special here at the farm, she said. May offered Maggie her cup. Aw, sugar, are you sharing that with me? She pretended to take a sip and handed it back. Should we call Papa Brooks? She lifted her phone and realized she had missed a few messages already. Brooks had sent a good morning text with a kissing emoji, another one telling her that he loved her, and another counting down to Paris. She exhaled as she texted Phil. You up? Want to grab a coffee? She knew her friend would be awake. He'd probably be in the living room finishing up the paper by now, or even dressed and out the door already. Phil loved his mornings. Time for reflection, he'd often say. On my way to have coffee with Billy, he texted back. Then her phone started to ring. I could swing by and pick you up if you'd like to join us, Phil said when she answered. She wasn't sure what he knew, but she was almost certain that Annie and Luke had mentioned the engagement. I was hoping for a favor. Anything for you, Maggie, he said, but he sounded somber. Well, first of all, I'm engaged. She waited for his reaction. His tone didn't change. I heard. Trying to tread lightly, she said, I'd like you to officiate at my wedding. He let out a long breath and didn't answer for what felt like a really long time. Then he said, "Maggie, that's the one thing I won't do." "What is this?" she said, suddenly annoyed. "You're paraphrasing Meatloaf?" "Maggie, that's not fair." "Phil, we've been through so many of life's journeys together." She paused, feeling emotions suddenly rise up. "Please, I need you by my side in this." Phil was as close to family as one could be without carrying the same blood. He stayed silent. "Please, Phil." He groaned, then let out a long sigh. "Of course, Maggie, whatever you need." "You still willing to swing by and pick me and May up for breakfast?" He hesitated, but only for a moment. "I'll be there in 10. Brooks met Maggie and her friends at the diner on Main Street. There were 5 of them, including the couple who owned the hardware store, Phil and baby May. When Maggie first asked him to come, he'd almost declined. The idea of sitting with Phil through breakfast, knowing how he felt about Maggie, would be awkward, but he did it for Maggie, and in the end he was glad. "Where are you two going to live?" Linda asked. The retired hardware store owner had asked him about 20 questions so far. Maggie smiled and shrugged. "We're headed to Paris in a couple of weeks." "Paris, Texas?" Brian teased. Brooks leaned back in the booth. "That would probably be a bit cheaper." Maggie elbowed his ribs. "We're flying out on our honeymoon." Linda's mouth dropped open, and she immediately went for Maggie's hand across the table. "You're getting married?" "Wow, that was fast." Brian shook Brooks' hand. "Congratulations." "Yes, congratulations," Phil said, and Brooks paused and gave him a nod of recognition. "I honestly don't want to spend another day waiting," Brooks said, sweeping his arm around Maggie. She scooted over closer to him, and everything felt absolutely right. Brooks took care of the breakfast bill and said goodbye to Maggie's friends. "I can't wait for you to meet everyone back home," he said, as he opened the door for her as they left the diner. As he watched Maggie putting May into her car seat, a flash of reality hit him. This relationship was real. This wasn't just a fling. Maggie was forever. He had a real partner, and it came exactly when he needed it most. Life had been challenging, and he didn't want to spend his golden years watching his kids spend his money. He wanted to spend his time and money with someone who understood him, who'd be true to their vows, who'd be his best friend. He turned the key in the ignition. "Come with me to Texas." "Sure." She didn't hesitate, which made him smile. "When are you flying out?" "My flight's tomorrow." She looked ahead down Main Street, watching Phil reverse his car out of his parking spot. "Sounds great." Texas was hot, like can't breathe hot. Maggie felt suddenly heavier, as if the humidity was crushing her down. "It's hotter than blue blazes out here. How do you stand the heat?" "I planted a lot of trees around the house," Brooks said, taking her arm and walking with her to the waiting car. Shane opened the back door of the black Suburban as soon as they approached, and he and Brooks talked about the happenings on the ranch during the drive. "I'm going to have the whole crew there tonight," he said. Maggie hadn't thought about the idea of being a step-something before. What would that entail, with grown children? Bobby greeted them in a swimsuit and flip-flops when they arrived. "Are you inviting your friend for dinner?" Brooks asked, nodding at the young woman sitting next to the pool. He shook his head. "No, she's going home soon." Maggie smiled, but didn't know what to say. Did he have women over a lot? Was that the kind of lifestyle Brooks was used to, too? "Shane, please bring Maggie's things to her room, and let Amos know we'll be on the back patio." He rested his hand on Maggie's back, escorting her to a set of French doors leading out to the back of the house. "I don't think I'll ever get used to this view." She looked up at the high cathedral ceilings, suddenly noticing all the expensive treasures throughout the great room, like the massive oil painting above the fireplace or the antiques peppered among the sleek modern furniture. "Well, after the wedding, we'll need to redecorate, add some of your touches to the place." She looked out at the view as they stepped outside. None of this felt like her. It felt more like some fairy tale. "Let's have a drink," he said, walking to the cart set up next to the table. "How about a chilled Chablis?" "Sounds perfect," she said, but didn't know what kind of wine that was. Was it white or red? Did red even get chilled? He poured wine into 2 glasses and walked back to the table, offering hers before he sat down. "Thanks." She took the crystal glass gingerly, half afraid of breaking it. He sat down and let out a moan. "Too much travel, and I get beat." She sipped the crisp wine, tasting a hint of citrus. "I'm afraid this will make me fall asleep." "Nothing wrong with a good nap," Brooks said, leaning back in his chair. She studied him as he looked out over his ranch. He looked so content in that moment, and she wondered if it was because he was happy to be back, or happy to have her there with him. She wasn't sure how she felt, beyond completely out of place. In the distance, a car door slammed. "Ah, that must be Kate," he said, adjusting in his seat and craning his neck. "Hello?" A female's voice called out. "We're outside," he called back. Maggie tried to look inside, but with the high afternoon sun, she couldn't see anything but a shadowed figure walking through the house. "Shane?" She heard the voice call. "How is your mother recovering from surgery?" "Great, Mrs. Warner. She's doing great," Shane answered. "Thanks for asking." "Mrs. Warner?" The figure got closer, and just as she stepped outside, Maggie's heart dropped. Brooks' ex-wife looked like a supermodel. Her blonde hair was worn in a long bouffant style. She wore a very couture summer dress that certainly did not come from Target, like the one Maggie wore. Her makeup was heavy but professional-looking, her face smooth, plucked, and polished. "So you must be Maggie," she said, reaching out her hand. "And you must be Kate." Maggie stood up from her chair and leaned in for a hug. She would act as true to her real self as she could, even though her sudden anxiety made her wish she'd drunk more of that wine. The hug was awkward, Kate's body as stiff as a board. "How was the flight?" She headed straight to the drinks cart. She removed the stopper from Brooks' crystal whiskey decanter and used silver tongs to drop 3 cubes of ice into a glass. She swung around, her eyes immediately catching Maggie's. She held them as she sat across from Brooks, as comfortable as though she still lived there. "So I hear you're a horse lover as well," she said with a smooth, southern drawl, leaning closer to Brooks. It was such an intimate gesture, but seemed innocent, just a habit carried over from long years of marriage. Maggie would never have described herself as a horse lover, but she nodded instead of trying to explain. Was that really how Brooks had described her? "Sadie told me about your granddaughter." "Oh yes, Sadie is a sweetheart, and your grandchildren are so adorable. Have you seen them ride?" Kate looked away and changed the subject. "I thought maybe we could get a petty or play tennis at the club." She looked at Brooks. "Have you taken Maggie to the club?" He reached out his hand to Maggie and said, "That sounds like a nice idea." Maggie hadn't played tennis since high school. It did not sound like a good idea at all. 50-something Kate could run after the ball and bounce back from a fall. Maggie sometimes had to stop and think about which foot to put down the stairs first. She was unsure of how to take Kate's ease around Brooks and with his house. He'd mentioned they'd stayed friendly for the kids, but if Maggie hadn't known better, she would have thought Kate was still Mrs. Brooks Warner. She had never been the jealous type, but she'd never had to worry about other women. John gave every ounce of his attention to her and the girls. He wasn't friends with any women who weren't her friends first. But Maggie suddenly asked herself just what she really knew about Brooks. Chapter 13. Maggie felt strangely shy about joining Brooks on the patio, but foolish about standing here in the kitchen, hiding while he drank coffee and read the news on his tablet. She wished she could shake off this feeling she'd had since Kate arrived. As she stood looking out the window at what could be, wondering if she should bring up her feelings or forget about it all, Bobby walked into the room, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. "Oh, my dear." She turned away from the half-naked young man. "Hey, sorry I startled you." He pulled the milk out of the fridge and guzzled it straight from the carton. He then casually stowed the container back on the shelf and rubbed his eyes with both hands. "Do you know if there's any orange juice?" "Babe?" A woman clad in nothing but a long t-shirt walked into the kitchen. "Is there juice?" Maggie dashed out of the room and went straight to the patio. "Hey, sunshine." Brooks rose from his chair. "You look beautiful." He kissed her softly on the lips and pulled out a chair for her. "Thank you." "You look like you just saw a ghost," he teased. "I saw your half-naked son and his girlfriend. He was drinking straight out of the milk carton." She turned back toward the kitchen and pointed. They were kissing now. Brooks shook his head, but grinned tolerantly. "Is this how things go on around here?" Maggie asked. She didn't want her tone to come across as disrespectful toward his son, but neither did she want to live in a frat house. "Well, not always, but Bobby is young." He pushed his tablet aside. "There's coffee on the side table." A mini buffet had been laid out, where the wine and liqueurs had been served the previous night. "The kitchen is really the only place you're likely to encounter Bobby. Otherwise, he stays in the pool house down the hill." Brooks's estate was expansive, and the pool house was at least 200 yards away, but the idea of strange, half-nude women walking around made her very uncomfortable. She bit her tongue, not sure how to navigate it all. Should she really make a big deal out of it? It was his son, after all, and his house. "Children always will come first," she said to him, "but I feel like there should also be some boundaries. Like maybe wearing more than your underwear in the kitchen, using a drinking glass." Brooks laughed her comments off, then started telling her tales about the ranch. 100 years ago, my granddaddy plotted out this piece of land, and the family lost it all during the Depression. I only wish he could see this place now, see what came of all his hard work and sacrifice. She enjoyed his Texas tales more than worrying about a younger ex-wife and a scantily clad blonde in the kitchen. Brooks seemed only to be interested in her, and that was what was important, wasn't it? He didn't want a woman who was younger or blonder or... Kate came walking through the backyard. "I figured you'd be out here," she said, coming over to kiss Brooks on both cheeks in the French way, then doing the same for Maggie. "I see our son has another girlfriend." "Something like that?" Brooks smiled. "What can I get you?" "I'll help myself." Kate's perfume permeated the air as she headed toward the buffet table. The strong smell gave Maggie a headache. "I made appointments for us, Petty's at 2. Maggie didn't realize Kate was talking to her until Brooks said, "2 this afternoon work for you, Maggie?" She wanted to say no, that she wanted to spend time with Brooks. Maggie did enjoy painting her toenails, but she certainly didn't get professional pedicures, or call them pedies. She knew from what Brooks had told her that Kate was almost 20 years younger. 20 fewer years of wrinkles, 20 fewer years of gravity, with plenty of life still ahead of her. Kate was radiant in her silk dress and high heels. Maggie never wore heels. Flip-flops and cowboy boots were more her style. Kate sparkled every time she moved, light darting from the diamond necklace or the jeweled bracelet and earrings. making her look like an angel. Maggie wore no rings, except the large diamond that suddenly felt too glamorous for her old, wrinkled finger. She looked at Brooks, who seemed to enjoy having Kate at the table, not picking up on Maggie's uneasiness. "So?" Kate asked. "Does that work for you?" Yes, that sounds great," she said, looking away from both of them, hoping the emotions stinging her eyes wouldn't come out as tears in front of this woman. She couldn't explain it, but suddenly everything seemed very unstable, and that scared her. A lot. Something was up with Maggie, but Brooks couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, except maybe the incident with Bobby. "Cool it with the girls, will ya?" he said to his youngest, and he privately admitted, favorite son. Bobby had a way of melting his heart, even when he was acting like a donkey. "Sure thing, Dad." Bobby, now fully dressed, patted Brooks on the back as he grabbed 2 beers from the fridge and handed one to him. "Where is Maggie?" "She's with Mom at the club." Brooks twisted off the cap and clinked the neck of his bottle against his son's. Bobby took a swig and then said carefully, "Do you think that's a good idea?" Brooks made a face. "Why wouldn't it be?" "Well, Mom is Mom. And she's like a lioness protecting her kill." "That's ridiculous, Bobby," he said. "This is your first time getting serious, and it's super sudden. I don't think she's playing nice because she's happy for you." "That's enough," Brooks scolded, but the thought nagged at him, until the women came back and everything seemed fine between them. "So, y'all are having a big dinner tonight?" Kate asked when they all went out to the patio. She kissed Brooks on the cheek, then brushed something off his shirt and fussed with one of his buttons. He went to Maggie after Kate patted his chest and headed for the drinks cart, but she felt stiff in his arms and turned her head so that he planted a kiss on her cheek instead of her mouth. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes, I think it's just all the traveling." She put her hand on her forehead. "I have a slight headache. I'm going to have a rest." "Okay." He squeezed her hand. "Do you need anything? Let me get you a glass of water." She shook her head, squeezing his hand back. "I'm fine. Just need a little downtime." "Have a nice nap?" Kate said sweetly. Maggie gave her a brief nod, then walked down the hall, the dogs following. He watched her until she turned the corner. "So, were you ever going to talk about this with me?" Kate's hands were on her hips. "Talk to you about what?" Brooks was confused. "We're having steak and potatoes on the grill. Amos has everything set up, and I'm sure there's plenty." "You have a fiancé?" Kate flung up her hands. "Brooks, who is this woman?" He didn't answer, first thinking of how he could take control of the situation before it got any worse. Maggie could very well still be in earshot. He knew Kate well enough to fear a screaming fit at any moment. She might be beautiful and smart and desirable, but he didn't trust her ability to behave like an adult instead of a spoiled child. "She lives with her granddaughter?" Her condescending tone ruffled him, and he put his hand on her back and ushered her away from the house. "I think it's best you leave." "Excuse me?" "Maggie has a headache and you're being disrespectful. I think you'd better go home." He wasn't going to have Kate tramp into his home and speak this way. "You have such a big heart, Brooks. I'm just concerned about you." Kate shook her head. "So are your kids. I mean, you've only known this woman a few weeks." "We've been dating for more than a few weeks, and besides, it's really none of your business. Or theirs." "Does this mean there's never going to be an us again?" Never in his wildest imagination had he expected this woman, who'd run away from him more than 20 years ago, to ask such a question. "What are you talking about, Kate? You were the one who left. How long did you expect me to wait around?" That was what stung. He had waited. For years. Maybe that's why he'd dated only younger women, frivolous flings and meaningless relationships, always holding out hope that one day she'd give him another chance, but she never had. And now he had Maggie. Kate was too late. So, that's it? She looked at him in disbelief. What is she after, anyways? Goodbye, Kate. He was surprised at how cold his voice sounded. Kate was surprised, too, by the way she cocked her head at him. Wow, she's really got a hold on you. You can see yourself out. He went inside through the kitchen and down the hall to Maggie's room. He knocked lightly. She opened the door a crack. The shades were all drawn, but the bed was still made. Yes? Her formal tone stung his heart. Maggie, are you okay? Her eyes flittered away, blinked fast, then returned to his. Yes, I'm fine. But she didn't look fine. Had she heard Kate? Should he bring it up if she hadn't? You'd tell me if there was something the matter? Brooks, you know what's the matter. She didn't open the door any further. Kate? She's your ex-wife, and clearly still has feelings for you. She's my ex-wife, he repeated. My very much ex-wife. Can we talk? In the same room? He rapped a knuckle on the door. She swung the door open, then opened the shades. Let's go outside. He followed her out to the deck overlooking the horse pastures. White fencing ran along the property line and disappeared down the rolling hills. Bluebonnets will start peeking out by the end of March. Absolutely beautiful when Easter hits. We could fly the whole crew down. I don't know how else to say this, but your relationship with Kate is uncomfortable for me. There's nothing between me and Kate, but that's how I felt about Phil. I understand now that you two are just friends. This is very different from Phil. How is this different? Because I was never in love with Phil. I didn't give birth to his 5 children, or live with him for years. That's why it's very, very different. He didn't know what to say. Maggie lived with her family. Everyone was in everyone else's business and space. Not to mention he knew she was very much still in love with her John. You're right, she's the mother of my children, and will always be welcome as part of the family. And I love you for that, but I need a little more separation. You live with your granddaughter. A granddaughter is not the same as an ex-wife. She dropped her arms to her sides. I'm not going to argue about how I feel. Are you saying you don't want Kate around? No, but I'm not willing to share my husband. Can you understand that? He did understand, and he'd try to make sure Maggie didn't ever feel threatened again. Maggie, you know I love you. Yes, I do believe that. But you also love her. The family dinner started out awkward. She and Brooks still weren't really talking. She felt silly talking about this great love story, flying off to Paris, when she didn't even know what to say to him. But Brooks' family created an atmosphere that was warm and welcoming. His oldest sons introduced their wives to her. Each had sets of children, and Maggie could tell they were happy and in love. His oldest son, Beau, worked with Brooks, and now pretty much ran the family business. Thomas was a cardiologist. Bobby's twin was in graduate school in California, but was home for the summer. Everyone gathered on the deck after dinner, and the 4 brothers showed off in front of the wives and girlfriends. They all seemed so lovely and kind, and she could see how proud Brooks was of all of them. She felt guilty about her fit with Kate. I'm sorry, she said, when everyone headed inside for dessert and coffee. He shook his head. No. If this is going to be your home, you should feel comfortable. I feel like all I'm doing is telling you how to live. She didn't want to be the kind of nagging wife he'd end up resenting. I don't want to change your life. Maggie, I'm asking you to. I'm asking you to move off your farm and away from your family. I'm asking a lot, and I know that. He put his arms around her waist, drew her up against him, and kissed her. I meant what I said. All I want is to make you happy. When everyone had left and Brooks said goodnight, Maggie went to bed thinking about the way Kate had fiddled with his shirt button. Such a familiar gesture, and Brooks had no idea how intimate it had been. Maggie was certain that while Brooks and Kate might be divorced, their relationship had never really ended. Chapter 14. John and Maggie were true partners by the time they bought the farm from his parents. She took care of the house and the paperwork and bills, while he took care of the fields and the machinery. But when John brought home Aurora, their family horse, it was the first time he didn't consult her. That night they sat on the couch, him with the paper and her with the calendar, going over the schedule. "We'll need to place the orders for next year within a few weeks," she said, flipping through her detailed notes on the harvest, the yields, and all the information about the acreage. "Do you think you'll use the north field for soy this year?" He said, looking up from his paper. "Earth to John," she said, waiting for him to answer. "John, I have a horse coming tomorrow." "What?" She took off her reading glasses and set them on the coffee table. "We can't afford a horse. It's free. Al Davidson passed away last night, and I agreed to take his horse." Who's Al Davidson? She hadn't even heard of this man before. He owned a farm down in Scandia. "That's very kind of you, John, but where will we get the money to feed it?" Horses took a lot of money and space. "Where will it graze?" "The north pasture." "Ugh, John, we really need to expand crops into that field. The kids need to go to college one day." "Georgie and Annie will still go to college," he said. He pulled her hand, dragging her out of her chair, bringing her into his lap. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her on the cheek. "The girls are going to love her." She knew they would. The girls had always longed for a horse. "We'll have to grow hay somewhere." She could see the dollar bills flying out the window. "Then there are the vet bills, shoeing, equipment." "Maggie, think of how surprised and delighted they're going to be to see a horse in the pasture." Maggie wasn't sure if John was fooling himself or not. This horse was just as much for him as it was for his children. "You're a real Christmas cowboy," she said wryly, even though it was closer to Easter than Christmas. "I just wish you would have talked to me about it first." "I'm sorry, it's just—" "What?" "Well, you would have said no," John said. "I might not have." She pushed away from her husband's embrace. "How do you know? You didn't even give me a chance to decide." "I know you, Maggie," he said. "You play it safe. You're all about data and statistics and notes. You never go with your gut." "I married you, didn't I?" she said. "Yes, well, that's exactly my point. I was obviously a good bet." She laughed at his brashness, but sighed loudly, so he would understand her frustration. "I don't want you to make a decision like this without me again." "Maggie, when have I steered you wrong?" She didn't answer. "When?" He squeezed her hips, and she playfully hit his arm. "Never." "Horses bring families together, you'll see. This is going to be good for our family." She wasn't so sure. And between the food, equipment, and supplies, not to mention John's used but very expensive trailer, Aurora was indeed very costly. But John had been right about one thing. The minute she stepped off the trailer and her two daughters started petting and kissing the horse, she knew it had been the right decision. The first summer with Aurora had been filled with county fairs, horse shows, and 4-H. Maggie had never been busier in her life, but the girls and John loved every minute of it. They drove for hours to get to horse shows, for what seemed to Maggie no more than a few seconds' ride around some barrels. But John and the girls loved the rush of it all. She hated almost every moment of the races, but loved the aftermath. They'd come back with Aurora and talk about how they'd done, how they felt about the ride. They always ate at McDonald's on the way home, which had been a real treat back in those days. The hours they'd spend in the car caused annoyances, fights, and silences, but Maggie knew almost everything about her two daughters because of those long drives. Once Annie had told one of Georgie's secrets, and Maggie was sure Georgie would never forgive her sister, but she and John pretended not to understand and never brought up the subject again. They were a team, better than any team Maggie knew. He'd take over at night when she was too exhausted to do anything but put her feet up. He did bedtimes and bath times and books as many times as she did, never complaining. John loved his family. When she was late with her period, she didn't think anything of it. Racing around every weekend, running after the girls, working on the farm, volunteering, working part-time, she was ragged, but as she sat in her chair going through the calendar of events, she suddenly realized her period hadn't come for a second month. "I'm pregnant," she blurted. "What?" John looked up from his newspaper. "I'm late and I'm never late." "Are you sure?" he asked. She shook her head. "What are we going to do with a baby?" She dropped the calendar in her lap. "The girls are so much older, and it's another mouth to feed." John took the calendar and set it on the coffee table. He grabbed her hands and pulled her to him on the couch, wrapping his arm around her. "Maggie, this baby is God's way to show us we have more miracles left to us." "Miracle?" More like accident. She started biting her thumbnail. "We'll have to buy all new things since we got rid of almost everything." "You'll love making new stuff." He kissed her. "Maybe it'll be a boy?" "We could call him JJ?" She liked the idea of passing down the name. He pulled her into his shoulder, leaning back into the couch, but Maggie wanted to jump up and go to the pharmacy. She wanted to know. She wouldn't be able to relax until then. "We should go out and grab a test." "It's past 7, he said. "Let's go in the morning." "How can you sleep?" "It's fun to think of the what-ifs." "Or scary," she snapped back. "Maggie, you're the best mom ever. If you're pregnant, this baby will be so lucky to have you as their mommy and their big sisters to watch out for them." Maggie relaxed into him. Those girls would be great with a baby. I might have my fishing buddy after all. She counted months on her fingers. He'll be a summer baby. A boy. It's definitely going to be a boy this time. John had the girls help with the baby's room. They painted it yellow, with soft green curtains. By the time Maggie was showing, the girls had learned how to cook supper, do their own laundry, vacuum, dust, and wash the dishes. John had treated her like a queen, going on ridiculous errands for things she craved. Olives. She loved Kalamata olives, with macaroni and cheese, the kind with the powdered cheese packet, not Velveeta. "I'm a house." She could no longer see her feet, but she knew they were swollen because she could feel her heartbeat in them, even when they were propped up on the couch. "You look beautiful." "That's your go-to for everything I say." "You look beautiful." John looked over at her and waggled his eyebrows. She rolled her eyes, then saw a flicker of a body. "Georgie!" Georgie danced in the kitchen with her new Walkman. She couldn't hear a thing. She yelled louder, "Georgie!" Georgie dropped the headphones around her neck and looked up. "Yes, Mama?" "Do you think you could grab me a glass of lemonade?" "Sure." She put the headphones back on and shimmied her way to the glassware cupboard. The day had been hot, but the bountiful July crops had never looked better. They had just finished Sunday lunch, and Maggie was sitting on the couch. The sky had been a sea breeze blue, but a change in wind made the curtains flap, and Maggie noticed the wall of dark green clouds hanging over the west pasture, crawling over the stalks of corn. Then she heard the thick silence. Not a bird sang, not an insect stirred. She levered herself up from her seat. "Uh-oh," John said. "What's going on?" "There's going to be a storm." She waddled to the windows. But the weatherman said the rain wasn't coming until later. John peeked out the window. "Well, I'll be darned." She had never gotten used to the idea of tornadoes, and though they had a shelter and lived close enough to hear a siren, the birds were her best indication to get to safety. "Georgie, Annie!" Maggie yelled up the stairs. "Get the dogs inside." "I think I'll let Aurora out into the pasture." John got up from his chair just as the wind picked up, sending all the paper napkins on the dining room table fluttering to the floor. She needed to close the windows. Just as she reached for the sill, she felt the first cramp. With Georgie and Annie, her first signs of labor had felt like her period, a vague discomfort. But this was different. She felt a pain so sharp and so strong, she almost fell to her knees. "Mama!" Annie cried out as she came down the stairs. "Go get your father!" Maggie moaned. The pain took her breath and wouldn't let up. This baby wanted to come out, and it wanted to come out now. She crawled her way to the kitchen, stopping to scream out in pain as the wind shook the wind chimes in a fitful rage. "Maggie!" John called out from the kitchen, running to her as soon as he saw her on the floor. "Maggie!" "Call an ambulance," she said. "I'm having this baby." John wanted to bring her to the living room, but she stopped him. "Just make the call." He ran to the phone on the wall. "Georgie, Annie, go grab the quilts from the upstairs closet." Maggie crawled to the linoleum floor. She wasn't going to ruin her bed or her living room carpet. John ran back to her, the receiver between his ear and his neck. "I have to check for the head." Maggie lay down, and John's face went white. "Yes, I see crowning." Maggie hadn't seen John scared like that before, and she could feel her own worry and anxiety along with the pain. Her eyes stung with moisture. "John, is the baby going to be okay?" He put the receiver on the floor and took her in his arms. "Maggie, I am going to take care of you. We got this." Chapter 15. Maggie should probably have waited to call, but she was almost positive Annie was up. "It's 6 a.m., Annie whispered into the phone. "I need to ask you a question." Annie had always been her spiritual one, even as a baby, the kind of kid who had a ton of empathy and patience for others, and wise beyond her years. "What kind of question?" "How did you get over Mary's ghost?" Her daughter's husband had been a young widower. His wife died of breast cancer 3 years before he and Annie started their relationship. "You accept them into your house," Annie said simply. "What if they already are there?" "Get to the point, Mama. Who is already there?" Annie asked. "His ex-wife." "That's a whole different ballgame." Annie said a muffled something to someone, then got back on the line. "I think you need to figure out why having the ex-wife around is bothering you." That was the truth, wasn't it? What was it that bothered her about Kate? "It's just her. She bothers me." "No, Mama. You need to do better than that." "Ugh, all right. I guess I just don't trust him with my heart, like I did with your daddy." "He's not Daddy, though." That part was obvious. "Yes, but shouldn't I feel the same kind of love I did? If I want this man to marry me?" "Do you want to marry him?" Wasn't that the real question? Maggie hadn't said it out loud before because it felt too intensely personal, but she was compelled to confess. What if I reach heaven's gates and John isn't there because I married another man? Mama, Annie sighed into the phone. You know Daddy wants you to be happy. He always wanted you to be happy, and I think he'll be at the gates, not only waiting, but glad you picked a man who likes to ride horses. Maggie laughed, glad to get her worries out in the open. You think I should just go for it, even with an ex-wife lurking around in the background? You'll never know if you can ride if you don't get on the horse. Shoot, Maggie said, sighing into the phone. You make the most complicated things seem suddenly so simple. Like her daughter's catchy songs of love, loss, and heartbreak, she always found a way to show the beauty in it all. Would John be happy for her? Would he be there, waiting for her? And if she wanted John waiting for her, what did that mean for Brooks? She took a shower and got dressed, then headed out to the breakfast patio and met Brooks as he read the paper. Like always, he got up from his chair as she approached, kissing her in greeting. Good morning, he said. You look amazing. She didn't feel amazing. Even after her pep talk with Annie and her moments of contemplation and reflection, she couldn't shake the feeling she had. She needed a sign, something to tell her to move forward, something to tell her John was okay with her moving on. Just when her heart started revving up, a yellow-breasted bird came swooping down and landed on a bush beside the patio. Hey, look at that, Brooks said, waving his mug at the bird. It's a yellow-breasted chat. They have a real pretty song. You don't see them this close to the house too often. Then, I thought we could go for a ride in my Jeep today and explore the ranch a bit. Maggie looked at him, startled. It was almost as if John himself had spoken. I'd love that. Brooks could feel that Maggie was out of sorts. He knew her life had turned upside down, but he worried that being in Texas, seeing how much life would change for her, was freaking her out. He, on the other hand, was so smitten with the idea of waking up with her by his side that he wanted to move the wedding up. 2 weeks was too long in Brooks' mind. He and Maggie spent the whole day out in the fields, riding up to the herd of mama cows and meeting Butch, his best bull. Maggie asked if she could get out and walk a bit, taking pictures with her phone. I don't usually take photos, because nothing can really capture what I see. You'll just have to paint it, he said. He loved seeing her fall in love with his ranch. There were multiple service roads running through the fields. They meandered all over the low hills. Maggie lost that worried look, which made him happy. They talked about their glory days. Music really meant something when we were kids. You mean like A Boy Named Sue? She teased. My father thought it was the most ridiculous song. He never understood anything country. What did your father do? He asked, thinking about all the tales he'd told and realizing he knew nothing of her parents. He was a banker, a loan officer, then a vice president of some division. She put her hand out the window to catch the wind. When Maggie talked about her family and friends, he could feel the love she felt for them in her voice. But when she spoke of her parents, she sounded formal, distant. My daddy was broke. Brooks had grown up with nothing. He was the epitome of nouveau riche. He loved splurging on the stupid things he'd always wanted as a kid. My daddy had everything he ever wanted. She said it with venom in her voice. Everything except love for his daughter. Wow, that's sad. She nodded. My parents didn't approve of John, and to this day I will never understand why. He supposed he was the lucky one. He had always gotten along with his family, even bought his parents a house in Galveston for their retirement. He was devastated when he lost them. They had not only accepted each and every woman Brooks brought into their life, but loved them just as much as he did. He couldn't imagine a parent not loving their child because of the person they loved. But your family's so tight, he remarked. That really shows who you are as a parent. John was a great father, too, Maggie said. Ah, yes, he thought. John. Although he tried not to think like a jealous schoolboy, he couldn't help being a bit annoyed. John meant the world to Maggie. He'd never understand the kind of relationship they must have had, and he knew going into all of this that his passing hadn't changed her feelings. What would your parents think of me? They'd love you, she said softly. That sounds like a bad thing. Pull it together, he admonished the devil on his shoulder. Being jealous of a guy who was dead would get him nowhere. You have the lifestyle, the house, the things. Yes, but would they have liked the country boy from the wrong side of the tracks? No, they certainly would not. He smiled to himself. They liked success. Did that mean Maggie's husband hadn't been successful? They hated blue-collar anything. She let out a huff, especially when it had to do with their daughter. He pulled up to the garage and got the door for Maggie. Why don't we go out back? I had Amos put out some hors d'oeuvres and drinks. That sounds... She stopped as Kate stepped out of the kitchen and onto the patio. Hey, you two, she waved. I found them, Amos. She walked across the stone patio in a pair of 5-inch heels Brooks hadn't seen her wear since she'd cheated on him. Her hair was done up again, and she was made up to the nines. Was Bobby right? Was Kate up to something? Maggie was clearly perturbed by the sudden intruder, and Brooks couldn't blame her. Kate came straight to him for a hug and a kiss. Gestures she hadn't made in years but had reinstated since Maggie's arrival. What's up? He crossed over to Maggie and took her hand in his. He squeezed it, and Kate took note. I thought I'd let you know that the twins have a soccer game that Sadie's gonna FaceTime. I thought we could all watch it together. Maggie dropped his hand. Not tonight. His voice was sharp. He didn't like that she was using their grandchildren as bait. This is perfect timing, Maggie faced him. I'm going to go and shower and clean up before dinner. Go ahead and watch without me. Maggie marched off past Kate, leaving Brooks in her dust. Maggie, stay, he said. She shook her head. No, really, I got all dusty in the Jeep. He turned on Kate as soon as she was gone. What are you doing here? I thought I made it clear that you shouldn't be here right now. You don't really mean that, do you? Kate said indignantly. I am part of this family. My last name is still Warner. You will always be part of this family, but this isn't your home, and I'd like you to respect me as your ex-husband by calling before you come by and not just walking through the house whenever you feel like it. I lived here for 20 years, and you haven't been back for 10. He couldn't believe this. You hated the ranch. I love my family, and I will not have some Betty Crocker knitting her way into the folds. That is a terrible metaphor. They love her. She slammed her fists against her hips. They can't stop talking about this new woman, and you're different with her. You never took me out in the Jeep or flew me to Paris. You married me at the courthouse, then couldn't be bothered with me most of the time. Here we go. The real Kate Warner has arrived. That's real nice, coming from this wholesome character you're playing. I was faithful throughout our marriage. You were just waiting for me to leave so you could hold that one little thing above my head. You like your apartment downtown, right? The one I pay for? Or how about the house in Palm Springs? Or the club membership? Ah. Her smirk may have been smeared with expensive red lipstick, but it might as well have been blood. The real Brooks Warner has arrived. Maggie could hear them yelling all the way down the hall. Instead of taking a nap, she packed. Her head was too busy to make sense of things. She was rushing into marriage. Everyone thought it, even his ex-wife, and maybe they were right. Her daughters had been respectful, but they would absolutely agree. Phil, too. She looked around the guest room. The ranch was beautiful, but so foreign to her. She felt like a guest, not someone who could just rummage through the cupboards. Kate looked more comfortable in Brooks' home than she would ever be. This revelation opened the curtains on the whole marriage idea. Maggie knew nothing about Brooks. The summer in Minnesota with their families had been her side of life. Now, as she looked out at the Texas prairie, she felt homesick. Nothing was familiar. She called Georgie. "Mama?" "Georgie." Maggie went straight to the point. "Would you pick me up at the airport?" "Sure, Mama. Anything you need." Georgie wouldn't ask questions until she picked her up, which was exactly what she needed right now. "I also need a car to pick me up here and take me to the airport." "I'll send an Uber right now, but it'll probably take an hour." Maggie stayed quiet for a moment, holding back her tears. She was grateful for her daughter's help, but equally embarrassed. "I'm afraid I've made a terrible mistake." "Just come home, Mama. Just come home." Chapter 16. Maggie woke up in her own bed, the same bed she and John had slept in for the 40 years they were together. After Olivia and Jessie came to the farm, she'd moved into the new in-law suite. The move excited her, but she still had the bed and all their other furniture and the rest of the house, she supposed. She really didn't have to change anything. She pulled the bedspread aside, about to start her morning routine, but stopped and looked at her phone. Brooks hadn't texted, hadn't called, or reached out in any way after she told him she was leaving. She'd come out of her room with her suitcase in hand and said, "I've got a car coming." "What's going on?" He looked panicked. "I'm going back." She couldn't look at him. "Where?" "Brooks, I think we're just moving too fast." She walked past him to the front door. "Don't say that, Maggie." His jaw dropped. "You know this is real." "I just think we should take a minute and really think about this." "What are you saying?" But he knew it was written all over his face. "I think we should call this whole wedding off." He didn't even wait for her to finish before he walked away. He didn't even listen to her reasoning, just spun on his heel and took off. When the car pulled up for her, she still didn't see Brooks, so she got in and left Sweetheart, Texas. But being back didn't settle her like she had hoped. Brooks had filled a hole in her heart, but now it felt like she had ripped that hole even wider. She had never hurt someone like that in her life. The look on his face when he walked away from her was etched into her head. Now he wasn't responding. "It's better this way," she said to herself as she walked into the kitchen. "What's that?" Jessie asked, staring out the kitchen window with a coffee in his hand. "Oh, just talking to myself," she said. "Want some coffee?" he asked, but picked up a mug before she even answered. He grabbed the carafe and started pouring. "Thanks, that would be great," she said, noticing May sitting on the living room floor, her attention glued to the television. Jessie was letting Olivia sleep in. Those two always had a way of working together. Whether it was riding horses or school or adulthood, they somehow always managed to lift one another up. She sipped her basic grocery store coffee, thinking about Brooks' breakfast bar. Did he do that every day? Or was it something that happened because she was visiting? The way everyone just came and served themselves, not at all surprised by having the offerings of a small bakery in their house, made it seem routine. She didn't belong in that kind of life. This was where she belonged. With the family she had sacrificed everything for, not with Brooks's spoiled adult children, fussy ex-wife, and who knew what else. No, she wasn't going to give this up for him when he wasn't giving anything up for her. "Have you talked to him?" Jessie asked. She shook her head. "No." "I think it was you who said that ordinary relationships need extraordinary forgiveness." She'd said that? What a load of horse manure. "There's nothing to forgive, we were just rushing things." "Sometimes the greatest relationships are the ones you never expected," Jessie said, as he took a seat at the table. Would you like breakfast, Dr. Phil? She teased. That's fair, he laughed. I was told there's overnight oats in the fridge. Maggie looked inside and pulled out the jar of oatmeal. Let me just heat it up. May likes it cold. Already Maggie had missed new things. Her great-grandbaby was sitting up and watching television on her own and choosing cold over hot oatmeal. What else had Maggie missed? She'd just left, walked out his front door, bag in hand, into the Uber and gone, and he was stinking mad at her for it. She didn't even have the guts to stick around and tell him why. Kate. He pulled his phone from his back pocket and dialed Kate's number. She'd better answer when he called, because he had a lot to say. But she didn't answer, and Maggie texted him a "sorry it was me, not you" message. He squeezed the phone as hard as he could, but when it didn't break, he threw the stupid thing right into the pond. He stomped to his truck and took off. He was getting gone, and he didn't care where he ended up. He took the 20 all the way down to Odessa and didn't stop until he called Shane. Find me a place to sleep. Shane reserved him a room at a bed and breakfast right outside Pecos. It had a bed, and there was a very questionable breakfast, but it really didn't matter. He woke up, brushed his teeth, grabbed his hat, and took off again. He was going nowhere as fast as he could. Maggie dragged her feet, but the girls weren't having it. Dinner with your daughters and granddaughter will do you good. Rosie pushed Maggie gently out the kitchen door toward Annie's minivan. Besides, it's time you sat down and told us what's going on, Georgie said as she slid open the door. Maggie took her seat up front. She had spent most of the day in the fields, waiting for something, any kind of sign. She needed that sign, and until she got one, she couldn't talk to Brooks. Annie pulled into the parking lot of the restaurant, and before Maggie sat down at the table, Rosie started in with the questions. What happened? She asked. Rosie, give Mama a minute, Annie said. But Maggie shook her head. It just isn't going to work out. Why? Rosie, Georgie snapped. Because his life is too different, too much past, too much history. Maggie wished these were the only reasons, but she'd be lying. That's a crock of bull. Georgie went straight to it. Mama, you always told us to go chase our dreams, and yet here you are, stuck in the mud like a spring thaw on a country road. Who says I'm stuck in the mud? Then why did you leave? Olivia joined in. Are all of you in on this? Olivia had mentioned dinner in passing, as if she needed a break. Georgie said she'd ask the rest of the girls to join them. Now it was clear. This was really an intervention. My romantic life is none of y'all's business. She threw in the southern drawl for effect. Mama, tell us why, and we'll leave you alone, Rosie said. I told you why. Her voice rose, and she looked around the restaurant to see if she'd caught anyone's attention. Luckily, the bar was close by, and a noisy group of co-workers drowned out Maggie's irritation. You didn't, really. His ex-wife still loves him. So? Olivia didn't seem to understand. He loves you. She parades around in his house without even thinking twice. I felt like a visitor the whole time. Rosie leaned forward in her seat and gave her a sharp look. That's all? That's not enough? Maggie didn't want to argue anymore. No, it's not like you said you fell out of love with him or that he treated you badly. You're acting like a teenager jealous of another girl. It's not the same thing at all. It's his ex-wife, always coming around unannounced, kissing him on the cheek and taking jabs at me. And what does Brooks do? Well, he asked her to leave. Mama, Georgie slapped her forehead. He stood up for you, and you still called it all off? He knows everything about me, but I know nothing about him. His life is so different. I feel like I will always be a guest in his house with his ex-wife and his kids. He probably felt like that here, Rosie said. I know I wasn't super welcoming. Are you worried about, you know, with Brooks? Annie asked. Maggie's jaw dropped. Annie? Well, it's been a while. She shrugged. Maggie had been worried, but that's where she drew the line. A woman's love life was private. Rubbing her hands together, she felt her bare finger. She had removed the engagement ring and left it on the nightstand in her room back in Sweetheart. What would you all do without me? Nana, is that what this is all about? Olivia reached over the table and took Maggie's hands. We're going to be fine. Maggie looked away from her girls. But what if I'm not fine without all of you? You deserve happiness, Georgie said. You can always come home to visit. I married your father for life. Daddy would want you to be happy. Rosie leaned into her mother's shoulder. He only ever wanted you to be happy. Do you want me to go? Maggie teared up. It almost sounded like they'd been looking forward to her leaving. No, Mama, stop. Georgie slapped the table. She looked Maggie in the eye and said, Does Brooks make you happy? Maggie picked up her napkin, pulling out the fork and butter knife slowly, fiddling with them as she thought about her answer. I'm just not sure. Chapter 17. Maggie sat in her usual place in the recreation room. The Tuesday morning women's Bible study was ready to get down to business. This week's theme is Isaiah 61:3. He makes beauty out of ashes. It was one of John's favorite quotes. He had used it the summer they lost most of the crops due to drought and water shortages. He offered it to the girls for their losses, broken hearts, and deaths. God's plan is always working, he'd say. He knows your story is not over. What does it mean to be broken? Pastor Anita asked. Damaged, someone from the other side of the circle answered. Not working properly, Hannah said from her spot next to Maggie, holding her stomach. She was due in a few weeks with her second child, and Maggie was reminded of another thing she'd miss if she left. What can cause our souls to become broken? The pastor asked. A bad marriage, Hannah said. An illness, Sue answered. A negative friend, Ginny piped up. A death, Maggie said. Yes, and at times, our soul feels most fractured when we think God has forgotten about us. Maggie huffed. It was exactly how she felt. Yes, she had blessings, but God took the one person who was meant to stay with her forever. The one person who would love and protect her always. The one person who saw her perfectly. He was gone, forever. Pastor Anita read the scripture, and the women followed along in their Bibles. Maggie's thoughts weren't on the verses, but on her own sins. She had been distrusting and jealous and selfish. She had not listened or explained. She let her doubts cloud her thinking. Brooks was a generous man who kept relationships with people even through hard times. He had never given her a single reason to distrust him, not one. She was the one who was putting up walls, the one who didn't appreciate the beauty in the ashes. What did you think? Hannah asked as they got into her car. About the discussion today? Hannah touched her key fob. The car beeped. Maggie opened the passenger door and got in. It was a nice one. Hannah turned the car on and pulled out of the parking space. I noticed you were deep in your own thoughts. Oh? Are you okay, Maggie? Yes, just thinking things over. Hannah didn't seem to accept this answer, but it was the best one Maggie could give. There was a time I told myself that I deserved my pain, that I didn't deserve to be happy. Hannah paused. But you taught me to open up my heart, that it would heal my wounds. Maggie smiled and nodded, but quickly looked away out her window. She loved Hannah, but she hated when her advice came back to haunt her. She remembered telling Hannah to go and visit her father, even after the pain he had caused. She guessed maybe she had a whole lot of healing to do herself. Brooks ended up in Las Cruces just before 1 a.m. When he reached the bed and breakfast, he found that his instructions to Shane had been followed. The porch lights were on, the door unlocked. An envelope waited for him with his name and a key. Swiping the key, he stuffed a couple of hundreds into the envelope and propped it on a side table. Who said cell phones were necessary these days? He found his room without any problem. The whitewashed adobe walls reminded him of old times, mostly of his grandmother, who lived in Albuquerque. She had sparked his interest in art and poetry, stories of her native ancestors told around the fire. Every time he visited her, he felt as if he had traveled back to a simpler time. That's what Maggie understood. Simplicity. He felt he was a simple man at heart. Yes, he had more blessings than he could count. He wasn't afraid to live the life his good fortune had brought, but he was well aware that he couldn't take any of it with him to the grave. He'd helped his children, but they still had to work if they wanted to live an extravagant lifestyle. Still, he didn't want them to really struggle with money, ever. But maybe his brand of generosity was too flashy for Maggie? No, he was sure it was just that the reality of marrying him had hit her. The real Brooks. He turned on the light in the sitting area and checked his messages. One was from Sadie, another from his beau, and one from Kate. Nothing from Maggie. He sat down on the bed, kicked his boots to the floor, and lay down. The bed was hard. He had hoped he could push through for another few hours, get to Arizona. But his exhaustion got the best of him. Not like the days where he could drive across the country on a few hours' sleep. He was old. Funny how he never thought he'd get old. He had been uncomfortable around older folks when he was a kid. Death always seemed to lurk close by, showing itself in their slow movements, translucent skin, and fading minds. Not his grandmother, though. She had kept her hair long and natural, braided the way Maggie wore hers. He hadn't really remembered that until now. He had dated younger women to avoid thinking about his own mortality, but it had only made him more conscious of it. With Maggie, he lived in the moment. Maybe he should call her. But why? She didn't want to be with him. She'd left him. She might not want to talk to him at all, or worse, only she might say something he wasn't ready to hear. Hearing her voice would only dredge up feelings he was working so hard to repress. Before he knew it, he woke up with the sun sneaking in through the curtains. He pulled the drapes apart to welcome an already hot sun, just as there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Warner?" a man's voice called out. He quickly wrapped himself up in a robe. "Yes." He opened the door to a short, stocky man with black hair. "You've had a few phone calls this morning." The man handed over the slips of paper. Nothing from Maggie. He called Kate first. She was smart enough to not call him back right away, letting him cool off. He was still mad, just not on fire like he had been. But he wasn't going to fall for her routine anymore. She had crossed a line that he wasn't sure she'd be able to cross back from. "You're alive," she joked, but he didn't say anything in return. "Are you finally going through your midlife crisis?" "No, I'm falling apart. There's a difference." "I heard she left," she said, and he heard a hint of smugness in her voice. "And that's why you're driving to who knows where?" He almost hung up, but something stopped him. "I wanted you by my side in this." "What?" she huffed. "You wanted me by your side?" "Yes." He looked out the window toward the mountains that held tinges of oranges and lavenders. "I wanted my friend to be happy for me." "We were never friends." "We were never happily married, but we were getting along these past years, better than ever before," he reminded her. "I was enjoying our friendship, but if I gave you the impression there was something more than that, I am sorry." The line went silent. "Goodbye, Kate." Wait, Brooks, she groaned into the phone. I'm happy for you. I just worry that I'm not going to be part of your life if you have someone new. He almost recited his usual line, that she'd always be part of his life. But he didn't. It's not how I wanted things to be. But I think you're right about that now. Maggie drove down Quail Ridge Road, past Hannah's farm, and took the left turn before the trestle. The one-lane road led her along the St. Croix River, above the bluffs, the road that led to her parents' old cabin. Her heart pounded in her chest as she approached the hill, second-guessing her shoes as she drove down the shaded road. She'd thought more about her parents in the past few months than she had in years. First, it had been Hannah losing her father. Seeing her go through something so similar to her ordeal had broken her heart for the girl, but for herself, too. That's why she'd urged Hannah to be there for her father one last time, not for him, but for Hannah herself. The last time Maggie had seen her own father was the day he came to sell the cabin. He stood at the end of the driveway and ignored her. "Hi, Daddy," she said, rocking Georgie's stroller gently as she stood in front of him. She prayed Georgie would act like a perfect angel so he would have nothing bad to say about her to her mother. "This is your granddaughter, Georgiana." He'd stood frozen, not completely ignoring her, but not responding. "I'm really happy, and John and I are doing well on the farm." She had been proud of their accomplishments. JJ and Molly spent more and more time in Florida, and the place was basically theirs. "You know John's family is in Vero Beach." "Mr. Jensen, we're ready to sign the papers," a man yelled from the front stoop. Then her father turned to her and whispered through his teeth, "I'm not giving you a dime if he loses everything." She froze in disbelief and horror. He didn't even say goodbye, just left her standing with the granddaughter he hadn't even acknowledged. She went home a blubbering mess. John lost his temper, walked out of the house, jumped into his truck, and took off. Half an hour later, he pulled back into the driveway, got out, and removed his baseball hat. He met her on the steps, Georgie in her arms. He put his arms around them both. "I pulled up to the cabin and he was on the porch, looking at me, and I was just ready to go over there to give him a piece of my mind," he said. She waited for the rest of the story, eyes swollen from crying. "Well, what did you do?" "I invited him to stay at the house, told him that he was always welcome to come meet his grandchildren." Maggie leaned into him, glad John had held on to his integrity. "Grandchildren? We have to keep trying until there's a boy at least. 2, and then we'll see." "That's more like it." He pulled his 2 girls into his lap and kissed them. After giggles and kisses, she stopped him, holding his face in her hand. "Thank you." "You're welcome." He squeezed her in his arms, and she felt completely safe. She had never felt so loved or so protected. That's what she wanted with Brooks, and her visit to Texas hadn't made her feel that way at all. She'd felt out of control, just like with her own relationship with her father. The smell of the damp river valley brought memories flooding back. She hadn't been down the river road in years. She didn't like to go. It brought too many memories and a strange guilt that made her angry about everything. But she couldn't get over her pain, and now she felt this whole thing with Brooks stemmed from her daddy leaving her there in the driveway. When she made it to the mailbox, the tears flowed, and she didn't try to stop them. How could a father turn his back on his daughter? How could he not want to be in his grandchild's life? How could he let go so easily for such a sad excuse? It wasn't because of John. It was because of her. And if her own father would let her go, why wouldn't Brooks, especially if his beautiful and much younger ex-wife was in his life? Her phone buzzed in her hand. Still no word from Brooks, just Phil checking in. She silenced it. Maybe she should just be happy enough with Phil's friendship, and her family, her church, and her community. She walked up to the cabin, wondering whose yard she was trespassing on. She didn't see anyone, and when she got close enough to peer through the dirty windows, she realized there was no furniture inside. The place had lost its luster. Moss grew on the shingles, the deck had fallen in, and the yard hadn't been taken care of in years. It was a shame to see. She sat down on the grass, looking out to the water and thinking about the first time she'd met John. She laughed to herself. Gosh, I miss you. She looked at the spot where he'd fallen into the water. I just wish we could have one more day, so I could ask you the questions I was too scared to ask when you were dying. She sniffed and wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her sweater. I hate that you left me first. You promised you'd stand by me always, but I'm alone. No one really needs me anymore. She tasted the salt from her tears on her lips, but she couldn't stop. I just wanted a sign, that you like him and trust him. You're the only person I've ever trusted to know what's best for me. She blew out hard, unable to breathe through her stuffy nose. She tried to get up, but felt a bit dizzy as she got to her knees. She shouldn't have moved so quickly. But then a cloudiness came over her, and she couldn't remember what she was about to do. She slowly stood up, trying to catch her balance, but the dizziness didn't subside, and she carefully sat back down on the ground, fumbling out her phone and calling Georgie. Hey, Mama. Call 911. Chapter 18. She dug her fingers into the ground, gripping the overgrown grass, trying to steady herself. She could hear her heart beating in her ears, along with her short, heavy breaths. Was she about to die? Was this another stroke? Then she saw a grayish shadow out on the lake. As it moved closer, she realized it was a blue heron with a long, regal neck. She focused on the bird as it strode through the water, sending small ripples out behind it. Everything went silent and still. The majestic bird ghosted away behind some cattails when Georgie and Olivia came running around the side of the cabin. Mama! Georgie crouched down on the ground next to Maggie. What's going on? I don't know. I just started feeling really dizzy, and then I couldn't remember where I was. She had always tried to be the strong matriarch of the family, the one who held herself together so others around her could fall apart, but she was scared now. I see the ambulance, Olivia shouted as the sirens rang out over the river. The medics carried a stretcher board across the yard, and after some questioning, they helped her on and carried her back toward the front of the house. We'll meet you at the hospital, Georgie yelled, as she and Olivia ran to the car as she was rolled inside the ambulance. She answered the paramedics' questions as they put an oxygen mask over her mouth and nose. The young woman started an IV as Maggie watched the cabin disappear from out the back window. Ma'am, can you look to your right side and then to your left? A light flashed in Maggie's eyes. That's when she began to pray. Maybe God wanted her and John together again. Am I going to die? The paramedic took her hand. Your vitals look good right now, but we're getting you to the hospital, and we'll take good care of you, I promise. Brooks got back on the road and headed straight through Arizona, all the way to San Diego. He wasn't stopping until there was nowhere left to go. In truth, he had no idea what he was doing, but he didn't want to listen to his family yammering advice at him either. Come home, stay put, let go. The best thing he'd ever done was throw out his phone. Or was it? What if Maggie had texted him? What if she had changed her mind and he had blown it? But if she wanted to reach him, she'd find a way. No, she hadn't changed her mind. When his trip across the great Southwest ended at the Pacific Ocean, he sat behind the wheel, not sure what to do next. Was he running away, or was he running toward something? No, he was running away. Running from a broken heart. Running from old age. Running from being alone. He slid out of the driver's seat and stepped onto the beach parking lot. He walked toward the water and found a bench. He sat looking out at the pier, hoping and praying he'd find something besides the one thing he couldn't have. Maggie. After a time, he got lost in the waves, the screeching of seagulls, and the murmur of beachgoers. It was funny how the ocean was one of the few things that could still his restlessness. Water always had such a strange effect on him. The stillness of a lake, or the rushing of a river, or the mighty roar of waves always brought a peace and solace Brooks couldn't get anywhere else. He wished he could have Maggie by his side, sitting there with him on that bench. One after another, waves crashed onto shore as surfers and sunbathers filled the beach. Brooks, in his cowboy boots and jeans, definitely looked out of place, but no one seemed to pay attention. He certainly wasn't the only odd character. When he went back to his hotel, he didn't bother to check for messages at the front desk. He went right up to his room, pulled all the drapes closed, and settled onto the bed. The sound of the ocean waves penetrated the walls. He started counting them, anything to settle his mind, but it was not to be. He just couldn't clear his head. Not until he talked to Maggie. He could run all he wanted, but he would never find peace until he talked to her. He picked up the phone and dialed her number, but the call went to voicemail. "Hi, this is Maggie. Please leave a message," she said. He had almost forgotten her soft tones, and a lump formed in his throat. "Maggie, call me, please. I feel like we owe each other a conversation." He paused. "I love you." There, he'd said it. "I'll always love you." He put the receiver down, and the phone immediately rang in his hand. Brooks Warner. "Daddy," Sadie said. "Sadie, how are you?" "Daddy, I don't know what's going on, but Maggie was brought to the hospital." He sat up straight. "Is she all right?" "Yes, I think so, but they're running some tests." "What kinds of tests? What happened? Sadie, what's going on?" "You should come back." Maggie sat on the edge of her bed. She stared out the sliding glass door, looking at a mangled birch growing up against the fence. Back in the day, the girls would climb the low branches, meet in the limbs, play ships or clubhouse, or just be with each other. Even with the age difference, her girls always stuck together. For a moment there, at the cabin, she'd thought she was going to die. Die in the same place she'd been the day her father refused to acknowledge she was alive. When Georgie and Olivia first showed up, she wasn't sure she should have called them, instead of just dialing 911. What if she died in front of her daughter and granddaughter? How would they handle living with that moment? "You're fine, Mrs. Boudreau," the doctor said, after 12 hours of scans and tests. Brooks flashed into her head. She wished she could call and talk to him, cry about how scared she had been, and tell him about what she regretted most during those 12 hours. Why hadn't she given him a chance? She had been so quick to jump to judgment. That had been because of her own insecurities, not because of Brooks. If anything, his inclusive nature was a big part of why she loved him. He had done what it took to be accepted by her family. Shouldn't she have done the same? The idea of moving to Texas frightened her, but only because she thought she would be alone. But if she could learn to accept Brooks' family as her own, then the town of Sweetheart could be her town too. She listened to the distant droning of a tractor engine in the distance and played Brooks' message over again. "Maggie." His voice was quiet. "I feel like we owe each other a conversation." Her eyes focused on the field ahead, picturing what the scene would look like at Christmas time, what she would miss if she wintered in Texas. Olivia knocked at the door. "I called the real estate agent and she's going to reach out." "Great, thanks." Maggie believed in God's blessings. She also believed John wouldn't have wanted her to stay put just for him, John would have been the first to be happy for her. He would have done anything to make Maggie happy. "Have you called Brooks?" Olivia asked. She shook her head, wiping the phone screen with her thumb. "I don't know where to begin." Olivia leaned against the door frame. "You always told me to start at the beginning." Her granddaughter always used her own words against her, even when Maggie had thought she wasn't listening. "Yes, I guess you're right." "Just call him." "Maybe I should." Maggie gave Olivia a pointed look. "Oh, right." Olivia backed out of the door. "I'll give you some privacy." She dialed the number Brooks had left, and it went straight to voicemail. "Brooks," she said, "I'm ready for that talk." Maggie walked to the sliding doors and stepped outside. She put her phone on the wicker table, sat in the chair, and waited. What else could she do at this point? But as the time ticked by and the minutes added up into hours, she decided to go in, put the phone away, and move on. By herself. Chapter 19. "I don't like him," Maggie said to John as soon as Georgie and her fiancé, Nathan, left the farm. "That's because you always liked Sam the most." John picked up the paper and sat on the couch to start the crossword. She thought about it for a moment. "Yes, I suppose, but I don't know. There's something about him. It just bothers me." John gave her a look over the top of his glasses. "I'd keep that to yourself, otherwise you'll drive her away." "I'm staying out of it, of course, but I can't help how I feel." Georgie had met Nathan in college. He came from a nice family, had aspirations of becoming a lawyer, and seemed to have the drive to accomplish anything. The night had been nice. Maggie and the girls prepared a roast and laid out the nice china in the dining room. He had been polite, held a conversation with John, asked all the right kind of questions of the girls. His charisma was obvious, but "The way he looked at the farm," she said after a moment of silence. "What are you talking about?" John was back to his crossword. He grimaced. "Grimaced?" "He wasn't impressed." "Well, maybe he's not a farming kind of guy." "That's the problem," she said, as though it should be obvious. "Maggie, not everyone has to love the farm. But someone who marries my girls has to." She'd nailed it. Georgie loved this land, riding Aurora and spending time with her family. What if they don't visit, because he doesn't like it? "You can't take the country out of that one." John shook his head. But Maggie had a feeling Georgie loved Nathan for all the wrong reasons. He's the complete opposite of Sam. Sam Gunderson had been Georgie's first love and first heartbreak. People can love all different kinds of people. "Now you're just arguing for arguing's sake." "Maggie, you're picking." He patted her hand. "Let Georgie decide who she marries and who she doesn't. You should know all about that." A few weeks back, when she visited Georgie at school, she had randomly run into a second cousin who informed her that her mother had been placed in a nursing home. She had lived alone for years after her father's death, but apparently she had fallen and now needed full-time care. "Would you go to the nursing home with me?" she suddenly asked John. He didn't answer at first, probably shocked by the change in conversation, but then he nodded. Of course. For the rest of the night, they talked about the crops and the next day's events. In the morning, she left early for Bible study, hoping to catch her friend, Pastor Phil, before the meeting. When she got to the church, she walked past the classroom and straight to his office. "Hi." Phil stood up, still chewing a bite of donut. "To what do I owe such a nice surprise?" "I was hoping I could talk about something with you." "Sure." He looked surprised. She hadn't gone to her friend for pastoral advice before. He pointed to the couch on the other side of his office. Please, take a seat. Can I get you something to drink? She held up her hand. No, thanks. He left the donut on his desk and sat in the chair across from her. So, what would you like to talk about? Where would she begin? Did the past truly matter in the eyes of God? My mother and I have had a strained relationship for years, and I just heard that she's in the nursing home. Phil nodded his head. How do you feel about this news? I know the right thing to do is to forgive her, she said, but I don't know if I can. He sat back in the chair and crossed his legs. I believe forgiveness is more of a journey than a one-time act. You have to go through many steps in order to be able to forgive. And what are those steps? Well, you first have to work on letting the past go and move on. That Maggie hadn't done. She hadn't thought about her parents in years, nor felt the pain of their rejection, until she heard about her mother and the floodgates opened up. She hadn't ever really dealt with the pain, just stored it away. Then what? She already felt she was not going to be able to do this. How could she let go of the fact that she was never invited back to her childhood home, or included in any holidays, or even told about her father's funeral? Then you have to remember the spirit that has been guiding you all along. This is his path for you, so you can grow and learn. She thought about her marriage and her children. She wouldn't have the life she did now if she hadn't gone through the struggles she had. She wouldn't be the mother she was if she didn't have the mother she had. Holding on to resentment and anger only destroy you from the inside. She had been angry and resentful. Her parents discarded her like a piece of trash and never once seemed to regret it. She had visions in her head of telling her bitter mother everything she despised about her, letting her know what she'd done. Learn to give back only kindness. What? Give back kindness. That's how I will be able to forgive? There's really no single path, but these are ways to guide you toward your goal. Even though I still find their actions evil, did forgiving mean forgetting as well? It's not your evil. It's theirs. Let them carry that burden, not you. As she left church and returned to the farm, it felt like a weight had been taken off her shoulders, and suddenly she understood. It was their burden, their pain, not hers. Her father had died with it. Her mother was still living with it, and that burden was why she would probably die alone, without a family to take care of her. It was her pain to deal with, not Maggie's. As she walked inside the nursing home, she knew what she had to do. The envelope felt strange in her hands, and she wished she hadn't taken it out. She wanted something to grab and twist, like her purse strap or the zipper pull, not Georgie's wedding invitation. Go, John prompted her, as they stood before the door of her mother's room. Just go inside and invite her. It was the perfect way to open the last step in her journey of forgiveness. She would extend an invitation to her mother, offer to pay a nurse to have her come to the wedding, her granddaughter's wedding. What if she says no? She's going to say no, he said, without a trace of doubt. I love the pastor, but he's never met your mother. God made a mistake with her. What if she says yes? Would that make the day too nerve-wracking? I'll end up freaking out and ruining everything. Nothing is going to ruin our baby girl's wedding, not even Cruella de Vil. Shh, she shushed him with a flapping hand, then knocked on the door. Her mother's name was on it, with a picture of her at some kind of get-together. She was dressed perfectly, like always, sitting stiffly at a table next to her cousin. It must have been a party, like a graduation or an anniversary, with people holding Dixie cups and paper plates. She didn't fit in at all. Maggie wondered what pictures would adorn her own door if she lived in a place like this. She had been in so many photographs over the years that she could probably cover the whole hallway. and her mother only had a photo of a distant cousin's random family gathering. Maggie had never felt so sorry for someone in her whole life. She gently knocked again. "Come in!" Joan Jensen's eyes widened as Maggie walked into her room. She sat in a chair in the corner of the room with a magazine on her lap, though she didn't appear to be reading. Maggie wondered if she recognized her, or if her mother's mental health had deteriorated as well. "Hi, Mom. It's me, Margaret." "Yes, I know." Her mother's voice hadn't changed. It was still hard and full of hate. "What do you want?" Maggie looked behind her to catch a comforting glimpse of John. She then turned back and held out the invitation. "My Georgie is getting married." "Isn't she young for that?" she asked, looking disgusted at the idea. "She's 22. Maggie's arm remained extended, the white envelope practically in her mother's face. She grabbed it. "I suppose you want me to attend?" "I'd like to extend the invitation, yes." "I'm donating all my money to the church," she said, "so you don't have to act all nice now that I'm in this place." Maggie couldn't believe the venom in her voice. "Georgie's marrying someone from St. Paul's Lutheran," she said. The coincidence seemed too unthinkable. Nathan attended the same church she had as a child. "I haven't gone to that church in years." "Well, John and I would love for you to come." Maggie turned to leave, and her mother sneered, "You just want an expensive gift." Never had she clamped her mouth so tight. She bit back the curses so hard she thought her lip might bleed. "All the information is on the invitation." She turned and left, shutting the door behind her, and John stood with his arms out, waiting for her. She went straight into his chest, like she always did, and they walked out together. They didn't say a word until John slid into the front seat, intertwining his fingers with hers, and said, "I'll always be your family, Maggie. Always." For the last 2 weeks of Georgie's first pregnancy, Maggie stayed in the guest bedroom at Georgie and Nathan's new house. Nathan had done well with his new law firm. It was an old Victorian and looked like a fancy dollhouse. Perfect on the outside, but the centuries-old house probably had some hidden cracks in the foundation or in the old pipes. The house was a metaphor for Georgie's marriage. Her eldest allowed them only to see the sunshine and sparkles in her and Nathan's relationship, but Maggie could feel the undercurrents. The 2 weeks had been eye-opening, to say the least, but she promised John she'd stay out of it. No matter what. It was up to Georgie to come to her, and until then, Maggie had to be supportive. Nathan was almost never home. Georgie would explain how busy he was as a new associate at one of the busiest firms in the Twin Cities. Of course, he would be working day and night. Maggie noticed how little Nathan did around the house. Georgie would tell her that he was so exhausted from all that work, even though Georgie had a full-time job as an elementary teacher and was 9 months pregnant. Teaching isn't the same as the stress of dealing with millions of dollars. He was arrogant, high on himself, and worst of all, he wasn't truly in love with Georgie. He only loved himself. Maggie kept trying to understand how Georgie hadn't looked for someone more like her father. If she was unhappy, though, she wasn't letting anyone in on the secret. She played house, even while exhausted, and now overdue. "That was another one," Georgie said, huffing through her breaths. Maggie had only ever taken a few Lamaze classes at the community center. Georgie, on the other hand, had taken whole courses about motherhood. She stuffed another must-have newborn outfit that was supposed to help a baby sleep into the overnight bag. "That's about 8 minutes apart." Georgie kept puffing out breaths as she leaned against the arm of the sofa. "I think I should call the doctor." "You should call Nathan first, give him a heads up, and then call the doctor when the contractions are 6 minutes apart, like she told you." Maggie had gone to the last few OB/GYN appointments. Georgie had been diagnosed with new mother basket case syndrome, and needed someone to help reduce her stress. Maggie had thought she could help, but her overly anxious, overly organized daughter didn't know how to calm down and relax. She bounced, packed, and repacked. Oh, thank God it's over. She wrote down the contraction time and duration. I think I can handle this. Maggie laughed. This is nothing. Georgie's eyes widened. You're going to be fine, but the contractions get a bit more intense than ones you're having right now. I still can't believe you gave birth to Rosie in the kitchen, Georgie said. I was just thinking about that. Maggie laughed. Do you remember Daddy's face? Georgie began to laugh, but then grimaced and grabbed her side. Ugh, the baby's really tight. Maggie zipped up the suitcase. You remember how Sam and Ryan stayed out on the porch? I thought I ruined those poor boys' lives forever. Georgie stopped bouncing and said, I kissed Sam that day, after you left. On the porch. It was the most magical moment of my entire life. Maggie wondered if Georgie had regrets about how things had gone between her and her first love. No, you are yet to have the best moment of your life, but it won't be long now. Maggie gave Georgie a squeeze. Georgie took her mother's hand and crushed it as another contraction gripped her. I take it back. I'm not going to be able to do this. You're going to do great. You'll have Nathan by your side. Mama, I don't think I can. Georgie's eyes welled up with tears. Georgie, you are a Boudreau, and Boudreaux can get through anything, together. Georgie pushed for less than 45 minutes, and Maggie realized she had been wrong when she told her the most magical moment was becoming a mother. It was becoming a grandmother. Her name is Olivia Margaret Meyer. Georgie handed Olivia over into Maggie's arms. Maggie couldn't keep it together. The tears fell uncontrollably. When she looked at John holding Olivia, she swore life couldn't get any better until the rest of the girls showed up. We created all of this together, John said as she watched Georgie show off her baby girl to her sisters. Maggie had truly lived a blessed life. Chapter 20. Brooks still hadn't returned Maggie's call by the following morning. She lay in bed, wide awake as the sun crawled across her ceiling, pulling in the amber hues from the autumn leaves. She heard the heat kick on, and then the pounding of Jessie's feet running down the stairs to turn it off. It's September and the heat's already on? She would need to take drastic measures, fly to Texas and talk to Brooks. Go to his house, break in if she had to, and force him to talk. It couldn't be that hard, since Kate always seemed to walk in whenever she wanted. Stop it. She had to get over the ex thing, because otherwise she'd never be able to move forward. Deep down, it was nothing more than her fear holding her back. Fear of loving someone other than John, fear of losing someone she loved, fear of being left alone again, but living without living. That was the biggest thing to fear. Maggie had never experienced an anxiety attack like the one at the lake before, but it had many of the same symptoms as her stroke. She was sure her heart was going to explode at any second, and the world under her feet wouldn't stop moving. She'd tried to talk, but she couldn't. She thought she might fall, and had to sit down on the ground, holding onto the earth and praying. That's when she'd seen the blue heron. John. Looking back, she could see John's signs had been there all along. Did you make me feel like I was going to die on purpose? She asked the ceiling, quietly enough that Jessie couldn't hear her from the kitchen, but loud enough that John, if he were there, would. Suddenly she clenched her stomach, hugging her pillow and covering her mouth as she cried with relief, then giggled at her ridiculousness. John had never really left her. Brooks felt a chill as he walked out of the airport. The Minnesota autumn felt like a Texas winter, and he wished he had brought a warmer jacket. He grabbed his rental and drove straight out of the cities and down 94 toward the farm. Sadie offered to pick him up, but he wanted to drive in solitude, not have to entertain the twins before he saw Maggie. He needed to think. Uninterrupted. He wanted to tell the truth, but he was afraid that some of his truths might hurt Maggie. He hadn't called ahead or sent a message. He wanted to come unannounced so he could catch her off guard. He didn't want to give her time to plan and think and plan and rethink. He wanted her raw reaction, whether it was good, bad, or ugly. Raw meant real, and he needed to be real. As his rental rolled down the dirt road, he could see the roof of Maggie's house. He slowed just as a figure appeared out of nowhere. As if she had been given warning of his coming. There was Maggie, sitting on a horse belly deep in golden autumn grasses, watching him approach. He pulled over to the side and got out. She walked the horse toward him through the pasture, keeping her eyes on him. He practically ran through the open field to a faint bridle track. "What are you doing out here?" he asked. Her expression was a mixture of shock and disbelief. "I was going to ask you the same question," she said, leaning over for his hand. He reached up without a word and helped her down. "You look good on a horse." She nodded, smiling a little. "I take it you heard about my little adventure." "I wish you'd told me." "You didn't call me back." She acted as though he was the one who'd ended things. He wasn't going to be the bad guy here. "You took off and left your ring behind." "I'm sorry I reacted that way." Well, he'd acted like a donkey too, not calling her back, throwing away his phone and driving off like a child having a temper tantrum. "I should have called you back, but I'm going to be honest. I don't know what I did wrong. I have no idea why you left. And that's not okay. I need you to talk to me, to trust me enough to share your feelings. How do I fix things if you won't tell me there's a problem?" She stared at him intently, the wind blowing strands of hair across her face. She lifted her hand to shield the sun from her eyes. "What do you think of this spot?" She waved her hand around the swath of empty fields, perhaps 5 acres. "I think it's real nice." Irritation grounded him. He was exhausted. He had been stressed about this very minute for days, and she was asking about a pasture? "I thought maybe we could build something here." She turned around, and following her gaze, he caught sight of the farmhouse through the trees. Confusion and a bit of excitement stirred in him. "You want to build?" "Here." She walked over to an old oak tree. "Right here. There's a beautiful southern exposure." "Maggie." He needed her to stop and talk to him. "Talk to me. Tell me what is going on." "Honestly?" He put his hands on his hips. "Honestly. I got scared, but I also needed to know that what I was doing wasn't disrespecting John." She blew out a long breath. "I know that sounds horrible. I see the look on your face when I bring him up, but I will never stop loving him." He couldn't ask her to. "I'm sorry I made you feel uncomfortable. Truthfully, I'm a bit jealous, I guess. You hold him in such high regard, and I know you still love him so much." "That's right, I do." She nodded. "But I know you still very much care about Kate, and I was a bit jealous of that." Now they were getting somewhere. "She shouldn't have been that way with you. That's not how she and I usually carry on. She was laying it on thick while you were in town." "I get it." Her horse started nibbling the grass. "Maybe this doesn't have to be that traditional kind of marriage. Maybe we can still love the lives we built before we knew each other, but also enjoy a new journey together." She looked up to the sky. "You make me so happy, but the promises I made to John and my family, and the promises you made to yours, including Kate, shouldn't be compromised because we fell in love." He opened his mouth, but Maggie continued. I am really sorry I left. You're right. I should have stayed and talked to you." He didn't know what to say, but he did know what to do. He got down slowly and pulled out the ring from his pocket as soon as his knee hit the ground. He took her hand for tradition's sake, but also for balance. "Would you marry me, Maggie?" She laughed, putting her hands on his shoulder, leaning over to kiss him. "Of course I will." Maggie insisted they not make the day a bigger deal than need be, but Brooks wasn't hearing it. The first thing he did was invite the whole family, including Phil, to join them at a restaurant in town. Somehow he'd managed to rent a last-minute room for dinner. "You said yes, and I want to celebrate." He kissed her again and again throughout the day. Then he called Shane. Paris was back on. As her daughters received the message about dinner, they all started showing up at the farmhouse. Maggie's ring was the first thing everyone saw, and Georgie, Annie, Rosie, Olivia, and Hannah all gave her their support. "I'm so happy for you, Mama," Rosie said, as Brooks talked with the boys in the living room. "Thank you." Maggie squeezed her youngest daughter. Never had she imagined she'd be here again in her life, engaged to be married, a whole new journey ahead of her. After dinner, everyone sat around telling stories, talking about what was to come, and reminiscing about the past. Brooks was animated, loud, and boisterous. He kept up with his Texas tales and captivated the whole room, even the little ones. He wasn't John, but he was just as good a man in his own way, and that was okay. Maggie leaned into his chest as he started another story. This has been Feeling Blessed in the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. Ellen has many other feel-good, clean romance audiobooks on her channel, so be sure to subscribe to get notified when new content is added.